And a boom, and a boom, and a boom, 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 and a boom, boom, ba boom, 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 ba boom, boom, ba boom, boom, boom. Welcome to the stream. My name's Calamity Joe. Hello. As we're here tonight, welcome to the stream. Do 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 do. I don't want to launch OBS. Because OBS is already on. I want to launch Discord. So, ooh, nice. This sword is good enough for now, but I would like to improve it. If any of you's joined this, if anyone has joined the stream, welcome to the stream. I'm just putting my stream in the, just putting this stream. Hello, Dr. FFFU. Hello, don't use me in your videos. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I was just putting long time no see. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I do apologise, everybody. I was just sorting my stream out. I'm just promoting the stream in my Discord server. I changed my name. Not gonna lie. It's alright. Welcome back. Using these XP levels, guys, we're going to do something. So I died yesterday. Have we already got fire aspect on this sword? Okay, let's not use that sword then. Or that one. Cool. I streamed yesterday. We killed the Ender Dragon and the Wither at the same time. But we died, and when we got back there, we got straight back into the end. And because of obviously the Wither was going around just killing all the Endermen, it ended up we lost all our stuff. So we're gonna make new, really powerful we're gonna make new powerful armor. We're gonna make new powerful armor. We're going to make new armor. That's good axe. That shovel's just practically good by itself. Seems like I missed a lot of streams. That's alright. You don't have to watch everything. Protectionist 4 is a good one. I know. I know what... But we've lost everything. I've already got that. The Silk Touch stuff is not... The Silk Touch pickaxe with mending's fine. I've already got one of those. Hello, Rafa. Welcome to the stream. It's more or less I lost my good sword. So, we're going to go to the anvil and merge some of these together because I got an idea. My first words on the stream were always hello. Well, normally most people would say hello on the start of the stream. Merging these together. What if I merge those together? Sharpness 5 and breaking 2, fire aspect 2. So you're telling me I can't put sharpness... Oh. You're telling me I can't put sharpness? What? He was a good sword. You lost 1 sub. I don't know. I haven't... It hasn't changed to me. We are getting closer to 8k though. We are getting closer to 8k though. Let me just mute that. We are getting closer to 8k, guys. We are 81 away Well, 82 now, maybe, because we've lost a sub. Oh, yeah, we have lost a sub. That's fine. We're getting closer. Sharpness. One of these is sharpness 3. Get rid of these. Get rid of these sharpness. What's that? Who the hell unsubscribed in this legend? I have no idea. I have no idea, but you know, if people unsubscribing is common, you know, some people. What the? Why can't I the hell? I just merged those around, and now we've got. Well, we got good arm. We got some good of that. We just need. That was a feature from Pocket Edition. What was a feature from Pocket Edition? But this isn't Pocket Edition. This is Legacy. Pocket Edition was outside of Legacy. I lost 2 subs. Yeah, but if you lose subs, it's probably not for not posting. You know, some people subscribe for very specific bits of content, and then you might never do it again. That normally happens though, Rather, if you just upload random stuff. Some people subscribe because they like, say, I don't know, somebody subscribes because, I don't know, they like a edit of that someone's done of I don't know, football, but then you might never do if you get what I mean, guys, you might never do a football clip again. Right, okay. Well, yeah, you've been able to do that. That wasn't Pocket Edition that added that. That's not a Pocket Edition feature. That's a feature on every single one that you combine a sword. That was a feature all the way back in like the older updates. Let's take that off and put this on. Now. Oh wait, if not Pocket Alpha. No, Pocket Alpha was like 2012. You've been able to do it since before then. You've been able to do it for a very, very long time. Before the Pocket Edition existed. Yeah. Maybe beta Java. So it's not a Java feature, it's just a Minecraft feature because it's in the more. Ooh. It's only classed as a Java feature if it's exclusive to Java. If it's exclusive to them. Right, we're going to go back to the end. We're going to go back to the end, guys. I have no idea. Decepted almost quit YouTube. No, Decepted hasn't quit YouTube. Me doesn't have a life. Me doesn't have a life. Random content, crappy Joe and Decepted edits. I wouldn't say they're crappy, but they're not really edits, Rafa. They're not really edits. There's nothing to do with Clamp of Joe or Decepted content in it. It's really just, it's not really an edit. It's more or less you've just taken a couple of clips and added the name Clamp of Joe to it. If you get what I mean. I've made a mistake, guys. No, what I meant is if you watch the original, the OG one that you made a few weeks ago, it doesn't look really like an edit. When you say an edit, like for example, talking about an edit about say Calamity of Joe, normally that would be like, you know, Calamity of Joe's funniest moments, you know, clips that made people want to subscribe to Calamity of Joe, and that's what I would call an edit. If you get what I mean. So when I said it doesn't really feel like an edit, it's more about the only thing that appears in it is a picture of my profile picture. Do an MRG water bucket challenge. I don't have a water bucket challenge. I don't have a water bucket, and those challenges don't work on here. See you on the next live stream, Joe. Have a good rest of your day. Do you edit and clip it? Yeah. That's what I meant. Hello, Yogs. Welcome to the stream. I got your name right this time. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's go this way. But not the clips. Yeah. Which technically, I think that's illegal. Jesus Christ, you've watched all that. You've watched all that in that time period. Such a good show. I did the whole series. That's a great show, isn't it? Great show. I mean, that's impressive, because the first 4 seasons, I think, had 22 episodes. Let me check your community clips. No, what I meant, Rafa, is it's not really editing if you're not using, if it's not really editing if you're not using your own clips and just taking them offline. That's what I meant. I'm not saying it's like not editing, but I'm saying that it editing is more than just grabbing clips. But also that using Ronaldo's voice though is technically wrong. Using Ronaldo's voice though is technically wrong because you haven't got permission to use his voice. How are you? I loved Gotham though. Gotham, I know. Gotham is one of the best shows that there was. I loved Gotham. I absolutely loved Gotham. I'm surprised you watched all 22 episodes in that time period though. It's copyright free, but not using someone's voice though. So, because using someone's voice like that is actually illegal because it is someone's voice. I don't think you understand that one. That yeah, it is actually illegal. Using someone's voice, use AI in a real person's voice is technically illegal. Imagine if you did that with, say, like a celebrity, for example. Say you did that with a celebrity, for example, and did like, it is technically illegal. So, for example, that's what actors are going to court over. Yeah. That's what actors are going to court over, with an AI voice. Yeah, you should not use an AI voice like that. If it's like a fake AI voice if it's an AI voice created, which obviously isn't a real person's, if it's not a real person's voice, it's fine. But that's what actors are going to court over because people are nicking their voices. So technically, people are using their voices in films content that's, you know, the actor hasn't agreed to star in. There's actually a moral discussion at the moment actually about whether actors should get paid to have their voices used. That's actually a true story though, guys. That's actually a very much a true story. there's a discussion. There's actually discussions at the moment whether I'm getting a laptop this Sunday for my birthday. Oh, happy birthday. There's actually a discussion at the moment about whether there's actually a discussion at the moment where I turned 16 earlier. Happy birthday. Yeah, there's actually a very big discussion. And I'm being quite truthful here, guys. That is a massive, great discussion that's been had recently about whether actors should get paid to have their voices, AI use their voice, because it does nick. Cool. My laptop's a Lenovo, but it's not as good as that. Okay, we got some gold and some beetroot seeds. The gold and the beetroot seeds we're going to put there. This cobblestone is going to be useful when I go down here a minute, because I want to grab that XP levels that we've just gathered across here. Cool. I have a Lenovo laptop. They're really good. Yeah, Gotham's a great show. Gotham's a great show. The problem is, the only problem I have with Gotham is that Gotham was being Fox, which aired the show, which made the show, was being sold back in 2019. So they finished Gotham because it was being bought by Disney, and Disney owned Marvel, so they knew that Disney wouldn't be interested in a DC show that Fox were doing. So they knew that they wouldn't be interested in a show that Fox were doing that's for DC. I hate it when they change Selena Kyle with some random. They didn't change Selena Kyle. They had a baby together. Well, no, they didn't have the baby together. The Jim Gordon had a baby with her, but that was more of a one night stand. But going on that point, yes, they did. Sorry, I'm choking on a chip. There is a reason, Yogs, why they changed it. There is a reason, Yogs, why they did, why they made her look 10 years old. There's a reason that they didn't recast her. Selena Kyle wasn't recast. She didn't want to be in the 10 years later episode because she didn't feel like she looked, she didn't feel like she could look 10 years older. Oh, so that's why she did it. That's why, yeah, Bane's an interesting villain. Bane's always been a really interesting villain. On that thing, yeah, the reason they did swap Selena Kyle, you're right, but I forgot about that for a moment. But the reason they did was because she didn't want to be in that episode, because she didn't think she looked old enough to look 10 years. She didn't think she could look 10 years older. So she believed it would be better for them to recast. She believed it would be better if they recast to someone that looked her but 10 years older. Yeah. She's good, yeah. But that's a really smart decision. That's a really smart decision. It's on that it's a really smart decision. Now, she physically couldn't look 10 years older. Selena Kyle's got to be about 30. Selena Kyle's about 28 there. Whereas Cameron Bicanova, who played Selena Kyle, was only about 20 when was only about 19 when they shot that scene. She would have been about 9. She would have been about 19, so she would have been about 9 years older than her character, younger than our characters, her older her, which is why she did it. What are the Dark Knight movies about? The Dark Knight movies are a bit different because everyone does Batman differently. So Christopher Nolan, who is one of the best film directors of all time, Christopher Nolan did his Batman films he focused it more on the villains. It's about Batman, which obviously the Dark Knight has to be about Batman because Batman is the Dark Knight. But Christopher Nolan practically based his Christopher Nolan practically based Christopher Nolan practically did the villains better. So the whole point was that he based Gotham how it was traditionally mentioned in the books, in the comics. Gotham was a dark was a dark city. That pissed people off though because they weren't. That pissed people off because they weren't. They were inventions, so they're not actually based on anything. Because it was already mentioned that they were never going to be the Joker. It was mentioned about how they were never going in the grand scheme of the story. They were never going to be the Joker. They were never going to be the Joker. I stopped rewatching because I stopped rewatching because I was busy, but I practically remember everything that happened. Because I said I watched it when it aired. I watched it when it aired when I was, I don't know, 12 to 17. Right. Hello Vicky Watkins. Hello Feeks Bleaks. Welcome to the stream. I don't have a torch. I have a rod, so I hope this works. That didn't work, did it? Oh, I think we have to forget about the egg for now. I only come here for one thing, for this. Because I had an idea. Right. What's in here? Yeah. Can I join? I'm playing Legacy Console Edition, I'm afraid. Because I'm always playing Legacy Console Edition, guys. I'm gonna eat my dinner a second, guys. Thank you to everyone who's subbed. We're at 80 subscribers off hitting 7,800. Sorry, 8,000. On the thing about Gotham Yokes, yeah. Recasting Catwoman was just a... Recasting Selena Kyle in the last episode kind of makes sense because she's meant to look... You're meant to look 10 years older, which is why you never see Bruce Wayne. They were always intending for Selena Kyle to be on screen. But it feels weird. When you watch that show, though, because obviously they shot it over so many years, the kid that played Bruce Wayne, he was like 4 foot something when they started. He was like 4 foot something when they started, and then he was probably 6 foot at the end. So he did actually. He looks like a completely different person at the end of the show, as opposed to he did when he was at the start of the show. Yeah. He looks like a completely different person at the start of the show compared to the end of the show. Just because of obviously how much he changed through the whole show. It felt weird watching... For me, it felt weird watching that show because that guy is only a year older than me. So when I watched the last season, I'm like... Yeah, like I said, but that's normally what happens when you do a show like that. Think about Harry Potter. Think about Harry Potter. Well, I wouldn't say half his life because he was about he was about 13 when they started filming it. So yeah, he gave 13 to 18 practically. I think the show finished when he was like 18, I think. But on that regard, though, on that regard, sorry, I got a crumb stuck in my throat. But the thing is, though, it's like Harry Potter, the Harry Potter films. The Flash, I wouldn't say that, though, because he was in his mid-20s when the show started. He was in his mid-20s when the show started. He just got older. He didn't actually change. He didn't actually change because obviously he was in his 20s. He did the show just for a long time, though. The thing is, though, for example, Harry Potter, they started filming the Harry Potter films when they were like 10, and they finished it when they were 20. So, for example, the Harry Potter TV series, they finished filming it in 2010. They finished filming it 2010. But they started filming it in 2000. So like across that childhood, they spent 10 years of their childhoods on that film set. They spent nearly 10 years of their life on that film set. Yeah, the Harry Potter films was different. The Harry Potter films was different in that regard. One of the actresses who was in it stated about how much she loved it because basically, you know, she was playing a mother, And throughout the whole film series, you know, when she met all these kids that were her children in the film, they were all like they were tiny, and at the end of the film, some of them were 6'2". And ironically, in the books, Harry Potter is meant to be like nearly 6 foot. The actor who played him never grew past 5'4". So it's amazing how, you know, how they have to put so much faith into that stuff to make the film look real. So in the Harry Potter films, Harry Potter is only 5'4", 5'5". So in the Harry Potter films, guys, Harry Potter's only about 5'4", 5'5", I think. I'm gonna go AFK a minute. Welcome back. Sorry guys, I was choking then, so I muted myself. I'm having burgers. I'm having burgers for lunch. And the burger has got cheese on it because obviously cheeseburgers. But the bread is falling apart. But the bread's falling apart, guys. Homemade. Well, no, store-bought burgers, but he obviously cooked. There's no onions, though. But no, the bun, guys, is falling apart, so the cheese gets stuck to the bun, and then it makes it hard to swallow because the bloody bun's coming in with the cheese. I don't even know what this house is. I built it because I was bored. There's a ladder, isn't there? Didn't I put a bed up in here? I didn't, but that's a cool little house, isn't it? Can we see any of the snow biomes? The snow belt in here. Well, you can see that snow globe. You just quite can't see. I love... Well, burgers are great, guys. Burgers are great. Just a stream in like 2018 time, and my the internet used to cancel my streams. Back in like 2018 time, guys, the internet used to cancel my streams. Used to just disconnect them. I got rid of loads of them the other week where I streamed for like a minute because the stream used to crash. My friend Decepted has a video of me from 2018 where I said, "Hi guys, I'm Climate of Joe and welcome back to another stream," and then the stream crashed. So I've literally got a video. I've literally got a video somewhere of a stream from a few years ago that says, "Hi guys, I'm Climate of Joe, welcome back to another stream. I'm sorry about the one earlier which did not work, but all in all, this stream should be looking better, feeling better, and a much better stream," and then the stream crashed. We're 80 subscribers off hitting 7,000, which is just crazy. Hello, Foxin. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going to finish my dinner, guys, a second. Let's assume you're a guy sitting on a chair or something with a TV and laptop beside, having a controller in your hands. Pretty much. Pretty much. But the TV and laptop are necessary because my video game console cannot stream by itself. So I need to have a capture card connected into my in my console. 8K soon. Yeah, we're aiming to do it. I wanted to hit it by my 23rd birthday last month, but we didn't quite do it. I think we can do it by the end of the month. Well, not by the end of the month, because that's tomorrow, but I think we can do it by at least February. We're 79 away. We're 79 away. I want to hit 10k this year. But you are right. Technically, I am some guy sitting on a chair. But I'm not sitting on a chair right now. I'm sitting on my bed because I moved my bed around the other day, guys. And I've eliminated where my chair would be because I can't get the chair back in here. I can't get the chair back in here, so I'm having to sit on the bed. Well, I will admit though, I'm actually glad that I'm away from controller. I'm actually glad though that I'm actually glad that I'm not tall. I'm having burgers. I'm having a burger. I've got another one to eat. I got 2 burgers on my plate. I actually am glad that I'm fairly... well, I'm not short, guys, but I'm not tall. I'm glad I'm not tall. Because if I was, I wouldn't be able to sit where I am, because I guarantee my leg would be pressed against the... I guarantee if I was any taller, I wouldn't be able to sit here. I just eat and don't worry about the crumbs. Well, the crumbs are never the issue if you're eating. It's only if you're mucky about the crumbs. If you're dropping crumbs, it means you're not eating properly, I think. But that's my opinion. Obviously, you only have crumbs sometimes. I think if the food's starting to break apart, like, you know, if you're eating bread or something like that. Because sometimes bread does that. Hello, Red Hot Toucan. Welcome to the stream. 79, yeah. We should do it. This is going to feel... Hello. Hello. Oops. Hello. 79 away, guys, which feels so weird. What should I do for 8k? Well, I've got an idea what I want to do, but I think you guys will love it. You guys will love it. Some of you guys will love it. So, hand cam. Why would you want to know what hand cam? Why would you guys want to see my hairy hand? Anyway, to celebrate 7k, to celebrate 7K, I did. Did you ever make the Hot Dogs Hotel? No, that's a video for the future. I didn't get enough build. I didn't get enough build ideas from people. Hello. I just got to read this person's name. Hello, Uzbek 999. Welcome to the stream. There we go. What I'm gonna do to celebrate, that's for a future video. I haven't made anything to do. I haven't done anything to do that video yet, to be honest. To celebrate 7K, I did a stream called A Fat Man Plays Wii Fit, but nobody watched it, so I thought I'd do it again as a joke. I didn't think anybody watched it really, so I thought I'd do it again, but as a joke. I wouldn't even know I wouldn't even know how Twitch works, guys. I've never used Twitch. I've always thought YouTube was the place for streaming myself. They didn't pay me to say that. An Enderman must have got in here. There must have been an Enderman got in here. I may not see it because Western time zone. Well, if we were to hit 8K Red Hot Toucan, I would do that stream on a Saturday. Well, obviously not this Saturday, but a Saturday. I would do that stream on a Saturday. But I don't know, guys. I'd love to do something to celebrate 8K. But I think I'm gonna do that. I've been watching you since I had 10 subs. Now I have 123. Congratulations. I'm just gonna finish my dinner, guys. This bread on this burger bun is absolutely just defiling itself. So I started this stream earlier than I was going to. People asked me on yesterday's stream what time was I gonna stream today, and I said 3 o'clock. You got 103 Fahrenheit. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Oh, 103. Yeah, that's quite a temperature. Yeah, but saying that, Yogs, a body temperature of 103 Fahrenheit, 39.4 Celsius, is considered a high-grade fever. So I can understand you having to have 3 days off school, because that's a high-grade fever. That's a high fever, you know. Anything over 39 could kill you. Anything over... anything over 39 can't anything over no, well, not could kill you, but anything over 39 you need to anything over 39, guys, at 39 degrees, so 103 Fahrenheit, that's where you get medical. You're a minute. What's a military brat? I'm muted so I could bite into this burger. I've never heard that word described before, a military brat. What is it? Obviously, I know what the military is. I know what a brat is, but what are they combined? I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to quickly take my plate down. Right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to quickly go. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Cool. Oh, I'm just jealous you're having a nice burger. Oh, it's alright. Yeah, guys, no, I muted myself because it was the burger was very, very cheesy. So the cheese was getting stuck to it was getting stuck to the top of my mouth. A military brat, a military officer's offspring. Oh, okay. That's a really horrid way to describe it. Because the word brat in the UK means obnoxious. The word brat in the UK means obnoxious. So I'm surprised that it means a military officer's offspring. Don't like ruin or something like that. Yeah, that's a really interesting change in word. How the word means something else. No, you're not ruining anything. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. That's really interesting that army brat, but yeah. Well, yeah. When you said that, then I would think an army brat. In the UK would be more like, you know, somebody that's joined the army because they want to join the army. Join the army because people want them to join the army. That's what I would say. I've never heard that used like that before. Interesting. It's like another word they would describe it in America, for example, Beverly Hills. Basically, rich kids in America, they would call them, you know, Beverly Hills brats. That's weird. So yeah, brat in the UK in America means basically someone that's obnoxious, which is really weird. You get this AFK thing. Oh, I forgot it was there. I had to I had to move. When I went AFK initially, I had to move because we were in the Winter Wonderland. The AFK sign blended with the floor. The AFK sign blended with the floor, which is very, very funny, actually. Right. There's something that I would like to do today. And we're going to have great fun doing that. It almost killed me yesterday, so we're going to do it again. Guys, I'm going to reset the end. I'm going to reset the end. And then we're going to go and take two... But then we're going to go and do something stupid. Because it would be funny if we did it. We're going to do something fun because that's what we need. Fun. Right. That stuff we don't need. Already got 4 of those. Your stream by so much. Is my stream? It might be your internet because my stream's at 60 FPS. I don't think it's my stream because my stream's at 60 F. My stream's at 1080p 60 FPS. Yeah, that doesn't work. I've tried that. It didn't work. I tried that new feature they've added, and it didn't work for me. Streaming at landscape and shorts at the same time, that new feature they've added, when I tried it, it didn't work. When I tried it, it didn't work. It only did it in landscape, even though it said it was doing it on the shorts feed and the... We can try it. We can try it, guys. But it didn't work. It didn't work, and then nobody watched the stream, so I don't think that feature works properly. I know other people are doing that, but it doesn't work. You can make them. On this edition, you could make them. On this edition, you could make them, which was useful. I'm going to quickly go back to over here a second, because I need some arrows. I'm going to bring some extra arrows. I've got my sword. Got my bow. What else do I want? Probably my armor. No, I wasn't scratching my beard. I don't have my beard anymore, guys. I shaved it off a few weeks ago. No. No, I caught a wire. I caught a wire on my desk. There's a wire hanging. My headphone wire is arched downwards. Miss it though. Yeah. Good. It is a good show. Oh, and I'm admitting that, guys. Gotham is a great show. I loved Gotham when it aired. But that's quite quick, though. That's quite quick, though, to watch all 5 seasons, all 100 episodes. Well, it depends which Batman you want to watch. Which Batman do you want to watch? Do you want to watch the more cartoon? Do you want to watch the more comic accurate? Yeah, that's not good if you're getting up for school the next day. That's not good if you're getting up for, like, school the next day. to admit to being, you know, sleep deprived. I put it all in a chest. I put all my armor in a chest, guys, and I can't remember where I put it. I can't remember where I put it. Not the comic one which came in recently. What do you mean? You talking about the Matt Reeves one? Are you talking about the Matt Reeves one? You talking about the Robert Pattinson one? When he played Batman. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. What is my screen doing? My screen's doing everything but it... Hello, Sean Ezra Majimban. Welcome to the stream. Man of Steel. Man of Steel's good. Man of Steel's a good film, but I think the original Superman's better. I think the original Superman's better in my opinion, but going on to that regard, I really like the new one. You never said my name right. I can't say everyone's names right though. That's the problem. Yeah. It's also as well because YouTube has gone to this new feature. Because YouTube's gone to this new feature of using people's YouTube handles, all your names are jumbled up into, or all your names are squashed. So trying to read your name's quite hard when it's put together. Ooh. Superman, Supergirl. If you've watched, Supergirl would be an interesting one. Hello, Silver Sampson. Welcome back. No, Supergirl was good, and obviously, actually, it's probably worth watching Supergirl before watching Superman and Lois, because Tyler Hoechlin's first appearance as Superman is not in Superman and Lois. He first appeared as Superman in Supergirl. And then he appears at odd points during the season. Tyler Hoechlin appears at odd times during Supergirl. No. If you want to watch it like that, do Supergirl then Batwoman, because Batwoman starts much later. Supergirl starts in 2015, canon. Supergirl starts in 2015 canonly, and Batwoman doesn't start canonly until 2018. So Batwoman doesn't start canonically until 2018, because that's when Kate Kane returns from being away. Yeah, the Supergirl thing. Yeah, Supergirl was good. I liked the first 5 seasons. Season 6 was alright, but I thought season 6 got a little bit... I thought season 6 was a little bit rushed, but that's just my opinion. That's just one person's opinion. But it was a good... of all those shows... Yeah, Supergirl takes place 10 years, nearly 10 years. Yeah, Supergirl takes place before Batman. Before Batwoman. But because I think Batwoman actually appears in season 5 of Supergirl in one episode, in one of their crossovers. So it'd be worth watching Supergirl first, because the first time you meet Batwoman is not actually. I know. I have one of those computers myself. I have that type of computer myself. I have that model laptop. Except mine's an i5 and an 450 RTX. A 4050, whatever they call them. Oh. Everyone just considers only Lenovo over HP. No. I don't even know if that's good. That's the thing. I don't even know if it's good because I bought a laptop in a. Yeah, I don't even know if my laptop's good. I bought it on I bought it because my old laptop broke in India. Oh, I thought you were saying in the world then. Is that because they're really easy to make though? Because obviously, with India having a huge population. I suppose they probably would be the biggest because they probably are the two of the biggest brands, and they can probably do the most actually, because obviously HP's been around for decades. HP has been around for a very long time. I think HP, in fact, saying that, I think HP's been around. I'm going to do a sleep now. Bye. Have a good rest of your day. Sean Ezra Majinban, thank you for watching the live stream. I'll see you in the next one. Have a good rest of your day. Right, let's go this way then. We are going to do something so silly that I've forgotten something. I need some end portals. I've forgotten something. I've forgotten ender pearls. I need them. Yeah. Too powerful. Well, capture card streaming is fine. Capture card streaming is fine. So that's good though. It's not too powerful for capture card streaming because the capture card can shoot 1080 and 60 FPS. It's actually the internet. It's the internet that struggles. That's caused it to buffer, or it's other people's internet. Yeah, the capture card's fine. It's an old capture card. It's not that the computer's good or the computer's bad or anything like that. It's just, everybody, that my capture card is old. I bought my capture card in 2018. It's considered use is good. Consider the use you're doing. Yeah. I can technically stream through my laptop on Minecraft Bedrock on my laptop, but I'm terrible at playing keyboard and mouse. I'm terrible. I can't play keyboard and mouse. I have Legacy Minecraft. Cool. Right, we're going to go this way, guys. This is going to be something so silly. That's cool. VFX. Is that like film? I studied film. I wish I could do VFX. I wish I could do VFX. I want to learn that because I want to do a film. I want to do a film where I muck around with VFX. Is that so you can support things like Unreal or something like that? Obviously, they use Unreal Engine to create backgrounds now in films. Incredible. Obviously, I know they use it to create video games. One of the ones you can use is Blender. Bedrock sucks, I know. It's not too bad on my laptop, it's just really bad on the Switch. I'm going to do something so stupid, you guys are going to love it. We're going to take on the Wither, and we're going to take on 2 Withers and 2 Ender Dragons at the same time, and they're going to kill each other because they're going to kill each other for our enjoyment. Because the Wither, I don't even have a chest mount because I can't. I don't even have a chest plate because I can't find one. Yeah. Yeah, I do Blender. I have Blender on my old laptop. I have Blender on my old laptop. The only problem is I could never work out how to use it. My uni lecturer offered to show us how to use it, and my old uni lecturer offered to show us how to use it, but he only did 1 class with us. So because I could have used it for animation and film. Like, I would like to do that. I reset the end. Bollocks. I love your streams. Thank you. I reset the end and it didn't reset. Oh. Let's just go and reset that end a minute. That's embarrassing. More options. Reset the end. Reset the end. There we go, that was the problem. I got an i5, I think. I bought the cheapest laptop that I could find. It wasn't it wasn't the cheapest, but I bought the best laptop. It's got a 24GB RAM, everyone. It's got 24GB RAM. I bought the best laptop that I could find because I was doing my uni work. I was finishing university, and I had an assignment due in 2 weeks. And then my old laptop, my laptop blew up. My old laptop blew up. I'm getting the 24 too. Yeah, my old laptop blew up. Blew up last year. Last year, while I was doing my uni work, my laptop blew up and I had to go and buy a new one. But I've still got some of the things that I'd like to have on my old edition. So I still got like Prem Pro, but I can't use Prem Pro at the moment because I can't get access to it on my new laptop. Oh. Which is just crazy. How much did it cost me? I don't know. It was under £1,000. It was under £1,000 because obviously it was I got 20% off. I got 20% off, so it was a good computer, I think. Yeah, I didn't know that. Obviously, Switch Edition does, but you can just ignore it. You can just ignore it. Good deal. Yeah. It's a nice laptop. It is a nice laptop. Plus, the editing's good on it, so I can edit quickly. Without my oldest, I've got an old laptop from 2019, which was only 4GB RAM, which back in the day that was seen as a good laptop. My old laptop, literally, you would be editing your uni work in like Premiere Pro, because I studied filmmaking, because I studied film production. You would be filming your I don't know, your short film, whatever you were doing, and then suddenly within about, I don't know, 10 minutes, you would be, you know, editing your short film, and then when you click save, when you click render, the computer would blow up. It was hilarious. Like, if, yeah, as soon as you finish rendering, the computer would blow up. I'm afraid I have to go to the gym. That's alright. Holy mother of fucking God. Holy God, holy God, holy mother. Oh, Jesus, we survived. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Do I got sponsors? Have I got sponsors for like YouTube videos? No, I haven't got sponsors. I haven't pressed any of those buttons to like get sponsors and things like that. I could do that. I could do that. I could do that feature to get like sponsors, but I haven't done it. I gotta try. Hello, Mazer. Welcome to the stream. I'm live and meant to wish me luck. I wish you luck. There we go. I've fallen down a ravine. I've fallen down a ravine, so I need to try and find my way out. I have some sort of knowledge of where I am. Let's just see the stream. For me, it's -5. It's not that cold for me, guys. It's not that cold for me, so I'm actually just wearing a short sleeve shirt. I don't even know what Moto is. I know what HP is because my old laptop was a HP laptop. I'm hoping that we can find some sort of way out. I mean, HP are good laptops too. What is that? I can see something. I can see something red. Well, it's not. I don't know if that feature has been brought out everywhere yet, but when I tried it, it just put it in vertical format, and it seemed to be that no one was watching the stream. So I don't know whether I couldn't. I tried to find it in vertical format on my screen on my phone, and the stream just popped up in vertical. It didn't pop up anywhere in like shorts feeds or anything like that. So I'm not sure whether that feature 100% works. No, I don't. Oh. What is this? What is this? Samsung. I prefer Samsung, everyone. Right. I think this is where we need to go. Don't know. Hello, Tam. That my cat one back. Bed is trying for the back of Jonathan. Who's Jonathan? Oh. Oh yeah. Sorry, I zoned out then. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. I saw that the other day about that. I think. Oh, Raz Al Ghul. Raz Al Ghul. 2,000 years. I can't work out. We got into here. Now I can't go back out. Luckily, we got fire resistance for a moment. Give me a second, everybody. The stream is being a bit patchy. I couldn't read the live chat then. Yeah. But in the comics, Barbara always gets pregnant. The only thing is, though, Gotham should have lasted longer. Gotham was meant to last much, much longer. And that's the thing. Gotham was meant to last a lot longer. But the show... I saw that. I don't really pay attention to Minecraft updates much now. I don't really pay attention to Minecraft updates as much as I sort of used to. Because I've started to sort of get bored. I've been starting to get bored about how they... You know, they add they add stuff, but then they don't add the stuff that the game needs. I said this to a friend of mine a while back. It seems to be that they keep doing the cutie stuff at the moment. This is more like what we were looking for. Right. There's got to be a way out. Oh, there is. Yeah, that was always going to happen. Gotham was never about Batman, because Gotham was never about Batman. That's the whole point of the show. The whole point of Gotham was that Gotham was never going to be about Batman. Oh, it's that hole. Yeah, so the glimpse at the end was always going to happen. It's not that it should have been way longer. The problem is they rushed the last season. They drawn up plans for... Initially drew up plans for a longer 5th season, a 6th and a 7th season. But because Fox was bought by Disney, as part of that deal, Fox basically either cancelled or renewed their shows. So they told Gotham. He did good as Wayne. I don't exactly think he was the best Bruce Wayne. I don't think he was the best Bruce Wayne. Because I think the best Bruce Wayne was Christian Bale, who played Bruce Wayne in the Dark Knight trilogy. I think it was Christian Bale, because Christian Bale did it absolutely... Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is more about... They put into the idea that in the Dark Knight trilogy, they put in that Bruce Wayne being Batman takes a toll. In no other... All the other comics and all the other TV shows and films... All the other TV shows and films always say that Bruce Wayne can live his life as Bruce Wayne and somehow live with the fact that he goes around beating people up and watching, villains kill people. But Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight films, Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne, he's not just Batman. Bruce Wayne also feels bad for all the people that are killed in the crossfire. So it does take a toll on him. It takes a toll on him as a person, because he's watching the Joker go around and blow buildings up, blow hospitals up, kill thousands of people. I don't know. She didn't really have a glow up. They swapped her. They swapped her actress 3 times. Which I found that funny. I gotta be honest. The only thing they got, there's something there that they got right. In Gotham, they got it right. The Riddler is a serial killer. They got it right, and that's what. But also, that's what Matt Reeves' Batman film from a couple of years ago got right as well. You know, the Riddler might do riddles, but the Riddler might do riddles, but you know, he's not a comic. He's not a comic. You know, the Riddler's a serial killer. You're almost at 8K. Hello, Malik. Welcome to the stream. We're almost there. We're 80 away at the moment. But yeah, you got to think though, like the Riddler. That's what Gotham and the Batman got right. The two of them got right that the Riddler is a serial killer. Blue. No, I think he was the best character. Personally, on that regard, Yogs, I thought Robin Lord Taylor's Penguin was the best character. He was the only character that you thought. He was the only character that felt captivating. He was the only character that was very captivating. What's your favourite movie? Don't have one, but there's many films I like. Instead of doing that, I'm going to tell you what my favourite film was of 2025. My favourite film of 2025 was Whitebird. My favourite film of 2025 was... Oh no! I was about to... But it's too quick. Yeah, but the reason I'm about to say that is... The reason he was so good is because of how clever he was. The reason he was so good in that role was because of how clever that him as a character was. What are you killing me for? Oh, where's my sword gone? Why does it disappear all the time? Why do they always attack me for? What have I haven't done anything? They've partially based that though on They've partially based that on the Dark Knight films though. Because that was the whole point. That was the whole point in the Dark Knight. The first Dark Knight film of what Ra's al Ghul wanted to do. Right, yeah, they did that. That was the first time. Them doing that in Gotham was the whole point, really. Right. Yeah, what was I going to say about... what was I going to say? Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say then. One of the really interesting points about them, about that whole entire segment, is how manipulative the Penguin is. You know, the Penguin murdered... The Penguin pitted, you know, Maroni against Falcone. Sorry, Falcone against Maroni. In every single point of playing that whole first season, he's behind it all. Such a good film. How do I join your server? This is a world, Mazer. It's not a server. Can never take these out from here. Why doesn't the arrows ever just reach their targets? That's going to 100% reach its target. No, it didn't. Oh, I keep losing things. There we go. Penguin was good for real. Yeah, very manipulative. Very manipulative. I personally feel though, it is, but you should be able to hit some of the arrows. Building up's harder though because they can hit you while you're going up. We've got 2 withers. Where's the other wither gone? Where's the second wither gone? I see he's not really done much since I come down here. But he's getting me blocks, so I wanted end blocks or something. Oh. What the hell? It's only a broken one though, but I'm not gonna die. But even if it's said, it's not gonna break. Essentially here, our withers give us help. With a bit of, I was about to say, with a bit of luck, he might kill it for us, but the only thing that's happening is that one over there is just killing every single. I was about to jump up there and I've lost him now. Yeah. But it's fine, guys. We've got this. I can't move. This is not fair. I can't move. Bye, Joe. Goodbye, goodbye, Yogs. Thank you for watching the live stream. Oh, you moved too suddenly. Why can't I move? No, this is not going to be as... Those extra hearts will just come in useful for a second. Right, here we go. Right, we killed one wither. One wither's dead. Just going to pause the game for 2 seconds, guys, because I've got a couple of Discord notifications coming through. I've got a couple of Discord notifications I need to chat. Okay, it's nothing. It's nothing of importance. Hello, Foxy King. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're taking on 2 weathers and the Ender Dragon at the same time. We're taking on 2 withers and the Ender Dragon at exactly the same time, because why not? Right. We've picked up a lot of blocks today, guys, because the wither, having the wither here as well. Where's our other wither? He hit exactly where I was going to be. Where's that wither gone then? Oh. I don't know where that wither's gone. Was he down there? No. Oh, he's still here. I heard the explosion from the wither, but I don't know where he is. Imagine if this here hit the wither. Guys, imagine if this arrow right here just hit the wither. Oh wait, it did. Oh. Where could that other wither have died? Like, you just... It's absolutely That other wither... I have no idea where he died. That wither distracted me. That enderman there distracted me from... We did it. We did 2 for the price of 1. Incredible. 2 for the price of 1. Oh my god. My shoulders are sore. Early stream? Well, it's not an early stream. This is it's 2 p.m. for me, so it's not exactly like an early stream. Hello, Diana Martinez. Welcome to the stream. It's not exactly an early stream, but it's not exactly a late stream. It's only an early stream if it's only really an early stream for my American viewers. But because I'm British, technically streaming at 2 p.m. isn't actually an early stream. Yeah, the time zones, yeah. The earliest I've ever started a stream was like 10 in the morning. So in some people's time zones, yes, it would have been like 3 in the morning for them. Oh my god, my nose. I think, yeah, that's the thing though. A lot of people tend to forget that time zones exist sometimes. I just had an idea. That would be very, very cool. Where do I put that's what I want. Endstone. We didn't have a lot, but now we've practically just doubled everything we had because of doing that silly idea. I would do that again, but unfortunately we don't have that many wither skulls. Which is a shame. We don't actually have that many wither skulls left. Thank you to the people who subscribed. That's really kind of you. We are aiming to hit 8k by the end of the year. Well, well, as soon as possible, really. I'm back. Sorry, I had to go AFK for a second. Because this is not a live Survivalexia, episode, it's not in any playlist at all. I'm gonna see if I can get a battle mini again. Just don't mind me a second, guys. I just want to promote the stream a bit. Dismiss. There we go. Just putting a post up about the stream. Here we go. I like Cove, so we're gonna play I don't even know. This could be either bad or good. I don't know. Hey. There's 4 players around there. I hope I haven't joined a thing where everyone teams up. I hope not. That was a shit chest. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, practice does make perfect. Practice makes perfect, but you've actually got to practice, if you get what I mean. Practice makes perfect, but you've actually got to practice to make it perfect. That's 100% correct. But it's still not good. Well, practice makes perfect. It does. Bloody hell. I don't know if I brought that one on myself. How did I just die due to a splash potion? Oh shit. We just have to wait for 10 seconds. No offense, but these caps are fucking awful. These caps are absolutely... These... That was close, wasn't it? The chests are crap. These chests here are crap. There's nothing in them. Right, come on. Do better. Normally I'm good at this, but it seems to be it's harder to win now. I haven't made a kill, but everyone else has been getting good stuff from the chests. Everyone else has been getting good stuff, and I'm not getting any good weapons or anything like that. I think everyone's just getting better loot than I am. I think a lot of people are just getting a lot better loot than I am on this at the moment. I'm still alive. Oh. What do I think AI should be used for? That's interesting. Oh, it was a draw. So who drew? Oh, because we all got a kill. Yeah. B, map votes. Cavan. Right. So we all got a point then. Good. AI should be used as a tool to help you. It shouldn't do the work for you. So if you're making little clips with AI, you should use it to help you, not do all the work for you, because that's not content creation. That's not content creation. If you're not creating content if you're using AI, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. You know, for example, it could be something else. I studied film. What you gonna do for 8,000? I don't know. I thought I'd do a stream on Wii Fit as a joke. Well, not boring parts of your work, because no part of the work's boring. If you're using it because you're bored, that means you're lazy. In a way. I'm stuck. There we go. If you're using it for the boring parts of your work, that means you're just lazy. AI should only be used to help you. Good. Like AI cannot and should not be used. What? How did he kill me? Come on. How did he kill me? I struck him more times than he struck me. How did I die? See? What? He's got a wooden shovel. See? There's got to be some hacking there. Come on. I've just spawned right next to... That's fucking wrong. I just spawned right next to him. When everything is horseshit. But it's not horseshit. What it is... What has happened in recent years... Pixel Devil... is it's the lazy options. It's not the boring options. If you have to research something, you have to research it. It's kids that are now just got so lazy that they think that they would rather they would rather ask a software to search it for them because they can't be bothered to do it. That's the problem. Because they now cannot be bothered to go and find out the software for them, look for the software for themselves. Oh, for fuck's sake. The hell? How? So my flame arrow doesn't do anything to him, and then I get smashed to ice. I can't. I love Minecraft. I love Minecraft, guys, but there is something wrong with there's something wrong with this game. I love Minecraft, but Battle Minigame now is starting to get stupid. You don't this info. Yeah. I'm gonna die again because this guy has got some sort of tracking mechanism on me. I can't do anything. No, but it's not. AI will find the software for you AI with so that guy is, I believe that guy's winning. That guy's winning 5 kills, but I think 4 of them have been on me. Like obviously that guy I killed. That guy killed me. That guy killed me with a that's great, isn't it? I can't do anything because it's gave me a bow with no bloody arrows. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, no, but the thing with AI is that it is... Yeah, that's where it's wrong. That's just stupid. For study. No, in fact, if you had been in the UK, you would have been failed for that. The UK have... if you had been born in the UK, you would have been failed for that. Because if you use AI in the UK in your work... and they can prove it. If they can prove that you've used, see, I've just been double killed, not double killed. I think I've been There's got to be some more. They've got some auto clicker because you can't hit someone. You can't hit someone twice. You can't kill someone with 2 hits while they're in the air. That's weird. But yeah, in the UK, they've, with AI, if you're proven to have used AI, you can be... Yeah, you can fail. But that's wrong. That is just encouraging kids to use AI to get the best grades possible. But then you're not actually learning anything, if you get what I mean. Battle minigame. Right, I want Crucible then. Jesus. I drew the first leg. I drew the first round. But in the second round, I believe that there was some hacking going on. Because this guy killed me. Well, I had better tools. This guy killed me. But AI should be there to help you, but you can't get it to do the work for you. But yeah, if you get it to do the boring stuff, Pixel that's just being lazy, because that is wrong. I don't like having to do research for. I don't like having to do research for films, but that doesn't mean I can just stick it into an AI software. I don't get anything from the chest because there must be some auto grabber here. There's got to be something there because I'm stuck now. I'm stuck. There we go. Oh, I know the best loot will be in there, but for some reason in this version, soul sand, jumping onto soul sand will get you. Here we go. Jumping onto soul sand on here will get you to burn up. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna do it. Good. Here we go. We're doing well. But I do not have food on me. I need to get rid of something. No! I want to eat that. Where's these arrows coming from? Why am I in the water then? Come on. I just knocked him into the bloody lava. No, this is not Bedrock or Java. This is... You can only play with Switch players on here. I'm 100% convinced people cheat in this game now. No offence. No offence to anyone in here that's playing legitimately, but... I love Bedrock, but I'm always convinced that people are cheating. Because there's no way... That guy just practically disappeared in front of me. No, Nintendo Switch. That guy practically disappeared in front of me when I hit him. PvP nowadays is so on here, especially on here, because obviously the game's discontinued. You can see that some people are hacking. I was doing very well on here initially. Even though I have a good weapon. See, this jump is impossible. What? I didn't fight that. I didn't fight that guy. What's it all about? I didn't fight that guy. What's that on about? Hold on, did I kill him then? Oh, there's only 2 of us here. That's bloody why. Round ends in 67, so he's waiting for me. That's bloody why. That's not... What? Okay, let's go find a better game, because that's just weird. Let's go find a better game, because there's some weird shit going on there. Let's create our own. Custom. Custom. Round length. Any. And let's just create one because that'll be more fun. Why? I didn't. Oh, I joined one. That's inadvertent. I joined one. I thought I created one. But that's not too bad anyway. Let's have some fun, shall we? There's no way you can one-time someone as they're coming up the stairs. Just naturally have the arrow exactly where they're going to come in from. Right. Okay. Map votes. Oh, we've even got the Valley one. I'm going to do Crucible again because Crucible is actually fun. Crucible is actually fun. The good old days, yes. The only problem I have with this minigame now, these minigames now is that there's too many hackers. So there's too many hackers now because obviously there'd be no moderation now because obviously the game's discontinued. But I was playing just now on the level just now and I left because I got one-timed by someone. This person just appeared out of nowhere and killed me. Which makes no sense because they weren't there. So they had arrows going through walls. Weird. Anyway. Right. We're going to continue on. We're going to have some fun on this stream today. So. Hello, Zilvets. Welcome to the stream. This is funner, see? This is funner. You spawn at a random point on the map. So here we go. This is what I don't get. You burn when you're on... This is what I don't get. See? I'm going to die. But we're not... I can't do anything. I can't move. This is what pisses me off. Like, why do you... See? But we're on fire. And I'm not in the lava. I'm on the block. So why am I burning? That's what I don't get, guys. But I'm going to die. Because I can't... I'm going to die, but like I said, I can't get off the block. If I stand on 100%, if I stand on here, the guy's coming for me anyway. I'm going to die anyway, because I physically can't move. Because if I try and make... See? If I physically try and move, I burn, because... When you're on the bloody soul sand, it keeps trying to say that I'm on fire, which I'm not. There's no point in even going to that block. Do you get what I mean? There's no point of even going for that block just because you can't bloody you can't do it. I think that's a glitch. Jumping across soul sand next to lava, you shouldn't burn up. Which I find that really weird. I just fell in the lava tonight. Healing potion. I'm still dying. That's the fuck. Oh, I can't stand battle minigame. I can't stand battle minigame nowadays because just it takes. I think there's some sort of glitches now because you know fire spreads won't stop. Fire spreads, you know, it won't stop. It won't put you out. Fire spreads won't put you out. But then it doesn't give you any good loot. So look, what am I going to do with a couple of splash potions? Now that's... I will say, the splash potion here, the splash potion of weakness here, is a slightly more... The splash potion of weakness and the obviously that slightly more useful. Where do you think the person is? Right, I got him. I got him. He's crouching. What the hell? I can't stand soul sand. I'm stuck. No, they're still up, but they are shit. They're up, but they're shit. You can't they're up, but they are quite the servers are now still quite shit. They're shit because of just how now that there's obviously no really moderation, you have a lot of hackers. So I hated the game I had just now before I started this one. I hated it because, you know, you'd have all the best loot. You'd have all the best loot and still lose. Obviously, I brought that one on myself then. I died then because I got stuck. I got stuck in the soul sand. But he didn't pick up any of my stuff though, which is surprising. I probably had better loot, but it just happened to be I knocked him and then got stuck in the soul sand because it takes so long to go through soul sand. Right. I didn't click that. Why can't you just open a chest normally? I can't see the guy now. So, interesting. So I... That's the thing. I get good loot, but then it doesn't offer me any... That's much better loot. Knockback's much better. But it doesn't give me any food, so eventually I'm just going to die of hunger. He's going to come this way, isn't he? But I can see where he's coming from. He can't see me because I'm crouching. Maybe he can. Can't move. I've lost him. No, this is actually a fun game. I hate soul sand. It's so awkward. You can't, because you can never do it right. Oh, I just fucking put it in me. Oh. Can't see. I'm gonna have to just... Wait, what? Where's the knockback one gone? Where's he gone? Oh, you took too long to die then. You only killed me once. The first time I died just because I was trapped in lava. I burnt because I fell. 14 inflicted. 154 received. 54 inflicted. 110 received. So, hold on. What was that? What was that achievement? Open every chest in a minigame round. Take 100 damage in a round of a public battle minigame. I did just take 100 damage. What do you guys think? Hold on a minute, let's just check a second. Achievements, no. Why have we got... Oh, God. I like this one, but I hate it because it's hard to find any good points. Anyway, right. I did win one of these ones, though. The Chinese mythology one, I did actually win one of these once. The Chinese mythology battle minigame. I wish I played it on the Wii U because I had all the battle minigames on the Wii U. Bar this one. Oh, see, there's never any good chests. I'm stuck. Absolutely stuck. Right, come on. Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Do a little better. Right. Hello to the people who are watching this stream. Welcome. Right. Let's go this way. Right. I'm going to quickly go up here a minute. Right, come on. Where are these fucking chests? Come on, give us one. Here we go. Arrow of slowness. Right. The food they shouldn't have added that. The fact that you die if you don't eat in here, because half the time you go to a chest and you can't find anything from it. More to the fact, in this fucking level, I haven't seen anybody. I've not seen a single soul in this level. No, I want the sword. I've not seen a single soul. Bar that guy at the bottom there. Nothing in this chest. I've not seen a single person in this level. Apart from that guy we just saw then, but... Right. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die again. I need food. It's such a stupid little feature. And half the time, it's not that I haven't done that. It's the fact that I haven't got. What? See? One hit. One hit. There's no way you should do that much attack damage from one hit. It doesn't help it's in Chinese texture packs, so I struggle to see what's what when it's in a different texture pack. Right. I hate this because you can. Oh, no, I'm gonna die again. You can't find the chests. I'm dying. See, I'm dying. I'm dying because you can't. I spawn right next to him. What's the point of spawning someone right next to where another person is? That's a short far away. So I've died twice, but the first time was so unavoidable. It doesn't help half the time all the chests are empty. Thing is though, these chests they fill up, but a long time they take too long to fill up. Plus you just get the same weapons over and over again, and most of them are useless. Now, that's where I died just now. Right. Right. Maybe we'll do. Maybe after this level we'll do tumble, because I think tumble's funner. It's one of those. I think tumble's just harder to. I think tumble's harder to hack. Can you gift me Minecraft? I can't gift you Minecraft. I find that more disrespectful. I find that more disrespectful. Yep, I'm gonna die because I haven't got any food. Oh, I'm gonna die anyway because I've got no food. Oh, I might as well just jump and die because I can't. I find that more disrespectful that you've come onto a random person's stream and asked them to give you Minecraft. If you get what I mean, it's not a very, it's not a normal thing to do. If you get what I mean, Hussein Zakariu, would you come on to go? Would you go out into the streets in real life, and would you go out into the? Would you go out onto your, I don't know, street, for example, and ask someone to give you a game? because, you know, if you wouldn't do it in public, why would you do it on a stream? Right. No, he was chill. The round's ended in 56 seconds. Ooh. But he's coming to generally kill me because he's a... See? Let's go play something else. Let's go play Tumble. Follow the train, CJ. The initials there could be climb out of jail. Right, Tumble. No, I want to create one. Because I don't think we're going to find a Tumble match. No, so we're going to create a Tumble match. No, I want to create a Tumble match. Online public game. Custom. And we can work with that afterwards. Right, come on. No, Tumble settings. Lives per round 2. I don't know. Bex. Snowballs because it's funner. As many layers as possible. Spectator participation. Yeah, why not? There we go. Settings in. Just gotta wait for someone to join. But the reason I'm saying that is say to the person that commented that, I just want to see, get their name right 100% at the moment. Hussein Zakario. You know, you can't just comment on people's streams asking them to give you something. Because, you know, things cost money. I'll be back in a second, guys. I just want to go AFK and get a drink. Right, I'm back, guys. Hello. Sorry, I went AFK for a moment to get a drink. Oh, I don't know if the guy that commented that's still there, but yeah, I'm not gifting you Minecraft. A, because I don't know who you are, and B, you don't just ask for things on Minecraft streams. You don't just ask people to give you things on streams. A, because that's really disrespectful. Just because I have 7,000 subscribers, guys, doesn't mean that people can use me as a mule. This is not going to work, I don't think. Anyway, let's go to a different Minecraft world. Let's have a bit of fun. Let's go to a different Minecraft world. Let's do a bit of fun. Right, let's go build some fun. Because I feel like having a little bit of fun. So, do. Right. I feel like we need to go with stone just because it fits this aesthetic. I don't know. Should we go with sandstone? I don't know. We might as well actually map. Well, before we do anything, we might as well map out how big this is. So if you do 2, what if we were to do 3s? Three, 3, 3, 3. Doing 3s is not big enough to do 3s. In fact, I don't think any of these areas are big enough to do 3s. What about 4s? We can do 4s. No, we can't. That's a... Well, we can probably do it here, but... we can't even do 1s. Two. Nope. None of these spots are big enough to do what I want to do at the moment. Why don't I just Right, we're gonna have a bit of fun, eh? Building. I don't even know if any of you guys are watching this stream at this point. Alright, there we go. Right, okay, here we go. Let's get this all in order. I'm going to build a skyscraper today, guys, right here. I think we can probably sort this out a little bit. So if you're watching this stream, what I'm doing is breaking this path up because this path's going to be too big, and we're going to build a new skyscraper in here. Actually, from this area, you might actually start to see the other city coming in. Right. This is going to be the first building built in 2026 on Galactica City, I think. So we can get rid of this stone bit here as well. I don't like that building. I want to take it down, but I can't be bothered to get rid of it because of how high it goes. Right then. I don't know, I want something, I want to try something. Hello Bambi Miller, welcome to the stream. I'm on my city world and I am deciding to put up a new skyscraper. So today we're going to put up a new skyscraper right in the center of the city here. We're putting a new skyscraper right here. We're going to put up a new skyscraper straight in the centre of the city. I thought I... Do you know what Hermitcraft is? I do know what Hermitcraft is. Right, we're going to go up now, however high we might want this building. No school today. Interesting. This is Survival Legacy, but in creative. No, this is not Survival Legacy. Survival Legacy is my city world. Is my survival world. This is just my creative stuff. Hi, free sub, yes or no? I mean, you can subscribe if you want to, but if you don't want to, then don't. So, I'm building a new skyscraper right in the centre of the city right here. I wanted to build it over there, but it didn't fit where I wanted to build it. I just want to build a new big skyscraper right here because why not? Yes, if you want to subscribe, please subscribe. Well, we might do that at the moment, but I don't know yet, because at the moment I want to build the shell. I want to build the shell of the building first. Cool. Right, let's see what we're going to do first. I am right. I know what I'm doing. So, is there armor stands? Yes, armor stands were in this version. They were added a long time before. In fact, I can remember when they were added, actually, surprisingly. Right, so that's how it needs to go. Build some people. I think we should focus on building it before doing building this before doing all of that, to be honest. before doing all the afterthoughts and after little bits, it's probably better if we focus on yeah, we're not going to create a farm because it's a city. You don't often see a city. You don't see a farm in a city. You don't see such farms in cities. Make Maryland? Why make Maryland? Like Maryland biscuits? So actually, let's do this bit first. Yeah, I'm not going to make Maryland state, guys, because this is a Minecraft city. It's not America. I wouldn't even know what Maryland state looked like because I'm very much British, guys. I wouldn't even know what Maryland state looked like. The only thing we have in the UK, guys, is Maryland biscuits. Maryland chocolate chip cookies, which they are actually very nice. Build McDonald's, already done it. Already done McDonald's, already done KFC. We've done Pizza Hut as well. Burger King. We did do Burger King on another city, but I haven't built Burger King on here yet because I haven't streamed on here in a long time. But we're not going to build anything else at the moment, guys. We're focusing on building this skyscraper that will be right next to the tallest skyscraper. This is going to be the second tallest building in the world. Well, one of the tallest, sorry. Saying that. I'm the only person that's chatting. Yeah, but we have been streaming for nearly 2 hours, and I sort of said to people on this when I started the stream, on yesterday's stream, I said the stream would start around about 3 PM, and I didn't. I started the stream 2 hours earlier than I was. I started the stream nearly 3 hours earlier than I was going to. So some of the people that were probably going to watch the stream probably won't show up yet. Sorry, Joe, I need to sleep. Prom practice was so long. Prom practice? Interesting. Right, we're almost there. So What time is it? It's 20 to 4. But I said the stream would start at around about 3:30. So I didn't, but I started the stream I started the stream 3 hours earlier than I was going to. Because I started the stream at 12 o'clock. Almost. So 240 people have already watched this stream today. I want to see if we can hit 1,000 views on this stream, because yesterday we did amazing. The last two streams have got over 1,000 views, which has just been one of those. The last 2 streams have been crazy. I want to see, guys. I do actually want to see if we could hit a. No, it's 10:40 right now. Yeah, for me it's 3:40. Well, 3:41. Well, 3:42 now. But I want to see if we can get it. If we can get 30,000 views this month. As it stands, because on yesterday's stream we got over 1,000. As it stands in December, we got 28,000 this year. We got 28,000 in January. We are almost there, guys. And we got today and tomorrow. Let's go down a second. I just want to see if we got it all correct here. I think you guys can imagine what this is going to look like. In fact, while we're doing that, we might as well do this a minute. That's probably the same height. Maybe. I think it's the same height now. Good. I just want to see. Yeah, that's what we're aiming to do, guys. A subway taller. Right. We do have a subway. We do have a subway somewhere. We don't call it a subway. We call it like just an underground train line. We do have like an underground train line. I'm gonna stick this up here. I'm gonna take this all the way up because that's what we're gonna need in the future. This will be the top. This is gonna be the top right there. Right. There's a fast food restaurant. Yeah, I know what sub. Yeah, sub. But then Americans do call train lines subways as well. Sorry, I'm sorry I'm so annoying. You're not annoying. You're not annoying. Oh shit. I've made a mistake. I didn't put 2 blocks, I put 1, so glass needs to go here. Glass needs to go here. I didn't. Luckily for us, on the ultra lucky side for us, I hadn't gone. On the very ultra lucky side for us, I hadn't gone that high. Yeah. So I'm gonna do this bit, and then we're gonna build up, and I'll show you guys what we're gonna do next after this bit. Nope. You're not annoying. Right. Suggesting build ideas isn't annoying. I've had loads of people suggest build ideas. I love it when people suggest build ideas. I tend to annoy people because they suggest build ideas, and because I've had my world that long, they tend to suggest build ideas that I've already built. But that comes with the territory, guys, of having built absolutely everything you could possibly imagine on a Minecraft world. When you've built absolutely everything you can possibly imagine on a Minecraft world, you kind of expect people to comment things that you've already built. Yes, it is a super flat world. It is super flat. Yes, it's a custom super flat. Build a mine. I don't have one of those, but there's hardly any. But because it's a super flat, there's hardly any stuff, any area to build a mine. Have I got that leecher on or something? Yes, I have. Build these across, build up like that, put some glass in there. Doing glass. Give me a second, everybody. Hello Archie Gaming, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Right. I'm gonna go across, guys. We're almost there. I believe that we have built this. How are you? I'm really good. How are you? I'm going to build all of this across here like that. We are making a new skyscraper in my Minecraft city, guys. So I'm going to glass this along here like this. Now I'm going to go across more, across here. We're making this out of purple blocks, so give me a second, everybody. I've got to be honest, I haven't seen your post, I'm afraid. I haven't seen it yet, because I haven't looked at my community tab. I've been all I've done today is stream, guys. I didn't wake up very early today, guys, so all I did was start to stream. Build a mount with a house hanging out of it. I can't build that on here because it's a flat. I have no mountain. But I'm just quickly going to finish off building this I need to focus on building this. I just woke up. Bloody hell. Did you wake up really late or something? Or it's really early for you and I'm just confused. Right. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. I'm just going to fix this. It's not that that's wrong, it's this that's wrong. On this one side, I believe we've made a mistake across here. Yeah. I've made a mistake. It's not this. I've made... Yeah, I went AFK because my sister's on the phone and she's just screaming. Anyway, we're going to go and fix this a second like this. So I'm going to quickly go and... We won't worry about that for now. I know what the problem is, though. I'm a bad builder. I'm a bad builder. There's a song called I'm a Bad Fighter. Bad Fighter. It could be. I'm a bad builder. Bad builder. Can't be controlled. Can't be contained. There we go. I'm just going to go up here. I'm going to go up here like this. Across here like that. I'm going to... I'm the second best YouTuber, thank you. I know I'm not the best YouTuber, guys. I know I know that. Believe me, I know it. Well, that's all correct. Now we got to redo it from here. Two, glass, purper, glass, purper. Hello, Diffuse Verity. Welcome to the stream. I like Ibix Toyka. He's a good... I am subscribed to him. I've been subscribed to him since like 2016. Good Minecraft YouTuber. Sometimes, though, I think he talks too quickly, though. Ironically, I remember there was a huge thing with him, IBX Toycat. There was a huge thing about whether he was autistic. This was for like 8 or 9 years ago, and it's not. It wasn't though. That's the interesting part. It wasn't. It was just that he would speak so fast that basically people thought he was. There's another Joe streaming Minecraft right now. Cool. But I'm the better one. Sue me. Actually, don't sue me. Um, right. Okay. What have I done now? Oh god, I keep doing that. Right, now that looks like it lines up. Does it line up? Here we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Sorry. Yeah, IBX Toycat. That was a real weird thing a few years ago. That's basically there was like rumors that he was. What's your name? Can you do a world tour? I'll do a world tour in a minute. I just want to finish this one side. What does my name mean? Absolutely nothing. It's brain rot. It's a brain rot name. It's not. It's not. It's somebody misheard me say I'm a calamity. So it should actually be Calamity Joe, but it's Calamative because the guy that gave me the name misheard me say I'm a calamity. What's the best update? I don't know. I'm not exactly clued up on updates. So how's your day been so far? My day's been amazing, guys. So hello Sophia, welcome to the stream. Right. So now I can show you guys what we're going to do with this first side. Right, good. Let's go down the bottom. Whee! How's everything going for me? It's going very well for me. Thank you for asking. That's really kind of you. My day's been right. Do you know what coca noodles is? I know what noodles is. The coca pit, I have no idea. How is everybody on this stream today? Guys, I want to see if we can hit 8k soon. As it stands, we're 78 away. Coca is the company. Ah, okay. I think you guys are going to love this build when it's done. I'll do the world tour in a minute. We're not that far from where the spawn area is, so... Okay. I can have a look at my community post now, my community tab now, while I can load up the community tab while I'm constantly got one hand on the controller. I've got to load up another tab, guys. Just give me a second. There we go. many we got left? Okay, we haven't got that many left then to do. I haven't been able to get the community tab open at the moment. There we go. There we go. Come on, computer. Visit community. Community settings. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Press the wrong button. Newest post. Oh, that looks really nice. Thank you, Archie Gaming. That was really nice. I subbed. Oh, thank you for subscribing. That's really kind of you. We're aiming to hit 8k soon. That's the aim. And then I'll probably do it. If we can hit it in the next couple of days, we'll do a celebration next Saturday for it. Yeah. Have a good day. Have a good day to you yourself. Right, so right. We can now see what this building's going to look like from the bottom. Oh shit, I forgot one. Of course. I know I thought I forgot one somewhere along the lines. What do you guys think? Actually, that's nice. I think that's nice. I think it's nice because, you know, there was always a gap between them two buildings, but so now in that gap we've put just a whole new skyscraper. Obviously it's not finished, we've only done the one side. It's not finished, we've only done the one side. And we have obviously these 4 to go. But then we can probably get another couple of skyscrapers in here. We could probably get another couple of skyscrapers in here. So this is sort of like the main area of the city. This is the center of the city. The center of the city does actually have some nice big skyscrapers now. I think that'll fit right in there. And then we've got space. We have got space to build 2 more. We've got space to build 2 more skyscrapers. That one initially was going to fit in there, but I didn't. Is that your realm? No, this is just my city. This is on. This is actually on Legacy. This is just a city. My realm for my subscribers is actually a copy of my survival world. It's a copy of my survival world. So this is like a survival part of the city. Hello Tron, welcome to the stream. Hello Dot, welcome back to the stream. Right, okay guys. If you guys, some of you guys wanted a bit of a world tour of this world, so I thought I'd give you one then. Welcome to Galactica City. Welcome to Galactica City. This is Galactica City. We're in it. We're currently in Galactica City. We're roughly about there. We're roughly about here. Where the cursor is, we're about there. That is that street. That's that little chunk here. So where I think we are about here. We're about there because that road is literally the other side of this house, the skyscraper. Welcome to Galactica City. Here it is. Welcome to Galactica City. So we go through the doors here like this. I don't know which way we want to go first. We probably want to go this way first. This is the main. This is the start. This is the apartment complex 3. Well, this will be an apartment complex, but at the moment it's just an abandoned building built out of stone. We have another building right here, which is it's not decorated, but we have a staircase going up through it, which is something. Hello, welcome to the stream. Right, so and then this is eventually where we've got to, but we have built up a staircase. We have built a staircase all the way through the skyscraper. It's me, Dot. I know, which is why I said hello, Dot. Okay, right here's the cake shop. This is the cake shop. We got Pizza Hut. Not very good spell it. I'm not very good at making Minecraft words, so it looks more like Pizza Hut. But you know, one of those. This is the Dan TDM statue, which I didn't build, a subscriber built. I didn't build the Dan TDM statue, a subscriber did, so I didn't build the Dan TDM statue. How much cake do you need? But it's a cake shop. I didn't build the Dan TDM statue, but I did give it a beard. Right, over here we've got some houses, which I believe they aren't decorated. They aren't decorated, but these are like old British houses. So many years ago, many years ago, in cities like London, houses used to look a bit like that. They used to just be loads of houses in rows like that. Many years ago, in places like London, in the poorer areas of London, there used to be houses like this where gardens were just backed up onto each other. It became known as the slums. That's why they called it the slum. London was called the slums, because houses were just backed up onto each other like that. There's a random golem here. Hi, Iron Golem. There's just a random house here I built. I built these little random houses here because I noticed that there was a gap between the end of this garden here and where that garden there. There was a bit of a gap, so I built these two little tiny houses here. I've just noticed something cool. There's a secret little... Can you get into that garden from here? No, but there's a secret little place. Hold on. No, I thought you might have been able to get into that house then, but you can't. Right, over here is my mansion. This is my mansion right here. This is my mansion right here. What do you think? It looks beautiful, doesn't it? I wanted to build something interesting, so I built like a tiny little... I built a quiet little mansion in the middle of nowhere. Well, it was in the middle of nowhere, and then we built around it. But there isn't. I don't think there's anything this way. Bar. Oh no, there is a road. There's a road because the football stadium is that way. Maybe we should put a forest here. Maybe we should put a forest here. I quite like that idea. Yeah, let's go do that. We'll create like a forest. Already built it. Already built McDonald's. So the road's gonna come this way then. I want to put wildlife in here. Welcome back. It's not based off any city. It's not based off any city. It'd be boring if you based it off an actual city. You know, it's based off what it's. Minecraft should be based off whatever your head says it's based off. So, we're just putting a forest right here, guys. Yeah, basing it off a city, basing it off a real city would be boring, in my opinion. So we're putting some trees down here. So I want this to be like a wooded, like a forested area. Like we're gonna have a forest right here. Oh, I put a tree. I didn't put any trees there. Unless we can have some, but this would be a road. I suppose we could have some out here, obviously next to the river. Well, the canal. The message got help for review. Should I show that, Joe? Should you show what? Sorry, I didn't see what you said. I don't know what you should show because I didn't see it. Hello, Clowny. Welcome to the stream. The creeper's message. I didn't even see his message, to be honest. It didn't show up for me. He got help review. What did he say? What did he say, out of curiosity? I didn't know what he said because it didn't. For me, as I said, for me it didn't pop up. I mean, I can't tell why that's been. I can't even tell why that's been held for review. personally, but that's in Minecraft. Yeah, I can tell it was Minecraft. Like, I don't think you've generally committed blown up people's houses at 3 in the morning. I just want to grow trees. I just want these trees to grow. Yeah, exploded, but exploding's not banned because, you know, the word explosion isn't actually a bad word. I hate when that happens. You want to grow a tree and then all these vines just emerge. We want trees to grow. These trees to grow. We want them to look. It's because people get triggered now by it is because now as well people get triggered by words that you shouldn't be triggered by. A woman in the UK is suing her boss because she didn't like her boss's mug said "exterminate" on it, and it was a line from Doctor Who. It was literally a image of the Dalek, but the Dalek. That should just be, sorry, you're an adult, grow up. That's my opinion, guys. Sorry. It should just be, you're an adult, grow up. It's a line from a you know, one of the most popular science fiction shows in British history. That should just be grow up, but they said, do you get what I mean? Like, I can't see why people complain over something like that. Like, it's a line from a film, it's a line from a TV series. But not that, but a TV series that is the most popular in British, it's the most popular science fiction show in British history. Why are people whinging about that? You know, there's other things you could win. There's other stuff you could whinge at. Do you get what I mean? There's something else you could probably whinge at that makes more sense than, oh, I don't like my boss's mug because it says a line from Doctor Who. The Middle, great show. Young Sheldon, no. Young Sheldon, they're not the greatest shows of all time. They're not the greatest shows of all time. Like, Young Sheldon, I don't... But I'm saying that because, you know, The Big Bang Theory never really took off in Britain. It's one of those... The Big Bang Theory never took off in Britain because it didn't take off in Britain that well because the comedy wasn't good. Everybody hates Christ, Malcolm in the Middle. Oh, you talk about the Middle as in the Heck family or Malcolm in the Middle? Because I was referring to... Yeah, that doesn't seem mean. That's just truth. People now take offense because they know they can get money from it. If you get what I mean. People take offense now because, you know, they know that they can get money from it. It's... I think people take offense because they know they can get money from it. It's like, oh, I didn't like this, so... Is that a horse? I never had a horse. I don't recall having a horse. So, does our forest look normal yet, guys? Does our forest look good? Right, so we're trying to make this look nice. So, but yeah, no, what I was saying is like things like The Big Bang Theory never really took off in Britain because just their comedy wasn't found funny by like British people. The comedy of The Big Bang Theory was very much more of an American, because it was an American comedy. A British audience didn't find it very funny. I mean, I can't even drive. I will admit, I can't even drive. So, yeah. I mean, I generally knew a friend that did that. He No, I said, yeah, The Big Bang Theory, so like Young Sheldon, the comedy never, that comedy never, style of comedy didn't take off in the UK. It's the same as our comedies wouldn't take off in America. Yeah, Big Bang Theory never really took off in Britain because its comedy was completely different to British comedy. It was widely accepted by like comedy people. But yeah, it never took off in the UK. So do you make a poster? I can make posters and stickers, but I'm not going to do that yet because I can make a sticker for. I can make like a sticker for. I can't make a poster, but I can make a sticker. I think. I can make a sticker, custom sticker for channel members. Yeah, I think. I don't know, but what do you mean third gen? Do you mean no, they don't call them first gen. Just say, well, in the 2000s, the best console was the Wii. In the 2000s, the best console was the Wii. Some people say Xbox 360, PS3. But I think it's the Wii. I think it's the Nintendo Wii. Because the Nintendo Wii was so popular, literally you couldn't buy it. In 2006, you couldn't buy it because it become so popular. I can make that sticker. Joe's saving the world. Yeah. Well, we're working on my city world, and I thought I'd put a forest in. Well, we've already got some trees here because of my mansion here. But I thought we'd put a forest in. We'll have a scattering of bits where there is no trees, so we can get like animals to live and things like that. But Joe is really saving the world. Right. This is exactly where we got to stop, though. We've got to stop exactly here because because of the path. No, he wouldn't burn it. He wouldn't burn it because he hardly comes on this world. He wouldn't burn it because he hardly comes on this world. He doesn't play Minecraft. He doesn't play Minecraft Legacy as much as he used to. Because, you know, he does have a life. Oh, I nearly said that on stream last night because people didn't want me to end the stream last night. Somebody didn't want me to end the stream last night. And they told me to just to continue talking in the stream and not play Minecraft. But you know, I do have a life outside of streaming, guys. I'm gonna bury this build. Okay, dude, bye. Okay. Jesus. Jesus, you weren't in the stream very long. Jesus. I want to bury this build. I want to... the whole thing is, guys, I want to bury this. I want to bury this build right here. I want it to be something that you've got to find. You've got to... You don't know where it is because it's hard to find. Right, but then we have to stop right here because of the path. Do I stream for money or happiness? Well, I don't get hardly any money. I just stream because I want to, because I like content creation. Obviously, money helps. Technically, in a way, yeah, money would help. But obviously, I don't get hardly anything from YouTube. But if I could make money from streaming, then I would also be streaming for happiness. If I could make money from streaming as well, it would be a win-win. It'd be a win-win. I'd be happy because I get to entertain people and actually, you know, do stuff. Does YouTube take the money? No, YouTube doesn't take the... Well, YouTube does take a chunk of the money, but I don't get enough... I don't get enough views to do much. I don't get enough views to do much. So... A lot of people think getting monetized by YouTube is you're there. A lot of people think if you get money from YouTube, then you're, you know, there. A lot of people think that that's it. When you get money, you're there. Hello, Ashton Winchester. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, a lot of people think as soon as you start getting money from YouTube, that's it. But if you don't, like continue with your content and do all that stuff, then it will not. It will just be, yeah, you get a little bit, and you've got to hope. I've seen people do it. I've seen people do it where they've as soon as they've as soon as people's hit like monetization, the first thing they've done is just stop uploading, which obviously within a year, if you don't even though I'm monetized, I have to get another 4,000 hours this year. I have to get another 4,000 hours of watch time this year to stay in the monetization. Give me a second. I'm looking for my telly remote. I cannot find it. What have I done with it? Oh, sorry guys, I've got cramp. Oh. Where the hell have I put that then? Give me a sec. I'm just gonna. Turn the light on. I cannot see a thing. I've misplaced my TV remote, which means I want to turn the TV down, but I can't. Luckily, I found the spare. Just wanted to turn the telly down a bit. So yeah, it's one of those for me. I cannot. You've got to constantly, with the monetization stuff, you've constantly got to re-hit it, or you will not be monetized anymore. There we go. If I go onto the new map now, Oh. This would be our forest. This is our forest then. So this is my garden. This is the back of my mansion's garden. So you can imagine, from what you can imagine here, is this was once part of the forest, but now it's part of here. So this is the area we're going to preserve. We're going to preserve this area. No, I want my horse. Nightbot. Yeah, Nightbot puts in the links that I want him to do. So Nightbot puts in, because I don't get much money from YouTube, I'm using Nightbot to promote my publishing stuff, my book publishing stuff, guys. Trying to do a Nightbot command. We don't really have any. We don't really have any commands. I can use iWinner for a shout out, but that's the only thing really we can. There isn't that many. There isn't really any commands really. I can set up commands, but I've just never really. I'm just not good at computer stuff, guys. There we go. So we're making this look like a forest. We're growing actual trees. So the football the interesting thing about here then is the football stadium. The football stadium across here. Shit. The football stadium obviously there will be opposite a forest. We've decided to put it opposite a forest. We've decided to put it opposite a huge forest, so now we can put one of those big trees, and then we're going to put another of them super duper trees. I don't like those big trees normally, but well, that's not going to work, but I like that though, guys. The fact that from multiple points here, you're just not going to be able to see it. From multiple points here, you're just not going to be able to see that build. From multiple points here, yeah, you're just not going to be able to see it. Well, from overhead, yeah, you're not going to be able to see. From overhead here, you're just not going to be able to see that there was ever a build there. Actually, decepted in France, it's illegal to not wear Speedos. Hello Deceptive, welcome to the stream. Can I play with you? I'm sorry, Holly Rathbone, welcome to the stream. This is Legacy Console Edition. Bookshelf, radiator, desk. Oh, some leaves have come through the top. I'm making a forest Decepted on I'm making a forest on the city, on Galactica City. I'm connecting by the stadium here. I'm turning this into a forest. I found a random horse, but I don't recall having a horse across here. Oh shit, ah! There we go. So, it looks lovely, doesn't it? So, so we got the garden here. So then, perfect. I think a couple of trees. I think I was about to say a couple of trees here would look nice. Don't know how. I'm gonna go work on my mod. Cool. Have a good rest of your day. Let's quickly grow some more trees across here. That's alright. Let's just grow as many trees as possible across here like that. Wow, that's looking nice. We just want to I want to scattering across here though. I think we need a I think we need a scattering the bloody hell. I think we need a scattering the trees across here like that, which would look very, very nice. I think we've actually done quite well there, I think. Happens to be though, guys, I made it a square. So then this takes us to the stadium. I was about to say, unless we get rid of this bit entirely, and we have the huge forest next to the canal. I was about to say, we could put some animals in here. What animals do you think we need, guys? Into the woodland, little fellow. Little fellow. Oh, never mind. Hello, Artistic Tashi. Welcome to the stream. Right. We'll put some wildlife here. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're just well, obviously I'm not going to put a squid here in because that would be stupid. Well, I am, however, going to put a squid into here. Oh. No, we'll put a squid here then because it's deeper. I've made it deeper here. But we are going to put some little animals in the wooded area here. It is going to be hard. It's going to be harder for things like cows to move around. I am going to put a couple of trees across here though. Just going to add some extra trees across here to make it look a bit more woodenly, forestly. We've got this as our big tree. We've got our big trees and our smaller trees. There we go. There we go. That will look nice, I think. You're not going to know we had that build though. Just making enough wood as possible. There we go. Perfect. What are we making? Nothing. Technically, we're not making anything. We are on my city world. We're putting a forest in. We're putting a forest in just at the bottom here. We've decided to put a forest in, so we're making a forest. We're making a forest, so we're putting we're getting to here. Because a path will a road's gonna have to come down here, but we're making we're planting as many trees as we possibly can to make this actually look. We're planting as many trees as we can to make this actually look like forest related. I've put wildlife in here as well, so it's becomes its own like ecosystem. How many people have watched this stream? Because I wasn't paying attention. Just over 300. Incredible. Just over 300 of you. Just under 400, sorry, if you have watched this stream today. Incredible. I want to see if we can hit. I want to see if we can hit 1,000 views on a stream again. Right. As it stands, we've probably added an extra, I don't know, 30 blocks onto this forest. We're growing a huge forest. So my garden, my mansion's garden. This is just behind my mansion's garden. What the hell's that? Oh. Oh, I forgot about this. I made a little city over here called Good Hope. I was making a little city over here called Good Hope City. Little McDonald's. I was making a little garden. So my forest that I'm working on here. My forest that I'm working on here is literally is gonna link them. The forest that I'm working on here will link these two places up. Oh, that's amazing. So we can, that road can go there then. We can literally make that road. That road over there, we can link them up. Galactica City, I don't know. Galactica City to Good Hope City. A couple of miles. At this point, Good Hope might just become part of Galactica. Just gonna have to have a breather for 2 seconds. My fingers are killing me. Ooh. Right. So this will now, these will now link up like that. These will now start to link up. These trees are going to start to grow. So eventually, this huge forest that we're making here will eventually, this will all start to grow and will become part of the huge forest that we're making there. That path literally can go to that other city. I didn't realise that they were only like 100 blocks from each other. Well, maybe more than 100 blocks, maybe like a few hundred. But But at the moment, as it stands, we've got a lot of we're planting a lot of trees. This forest is going to be huge. This is much bigger than the forest we put in the start of the city, in the center of the city. So we're going to keep continuing to place trees, guys. I want this to be. I want these trees to just. I want these trees to be much more sporadic across here. Eventually, which I think is starting to happen. Yes, I do. I do remember you talking about AI earlier on, yeah. Because I said about how schools in the UK are making it harder for kids to use AI by. They brought in scanners, actually. Schools have brought in scanners that basically they use AI to scan people's work to see if it was used, if they've used AI, and if they have, it's a fail. It's a really interesting concept. I found out what I said, and I think I wasn't self-conscious, and it's absolute bullshit. Oh, the bit about boredom. A bit about using AI to do the boring parts. Yeah, the bit about using AI to do the boring parts. You know, think about all the people in their lives that have had jobs that they've taken hours. And obviously AI's taken their job. That's the issue. So 30 years ago, you had to have somebody there to calculate. 30 years ago, you had to have someone on the job to calculate how much you'd made, how much companies had produced during the day. And now you can just do it in a computer in 30 seconds. That was once a 5-hour job for someone to go and calculate everything up. So there are jobs that don't exist anymore because of computerized systems. But AI is a total different thing. AI is a total different thing, that if AI can think for itself, eventually it won't need humans. But the AI that we've got at the moment is not true AI. Searched any results. But if you don't understand it, that's where you do the research. That's where you do the research. You go to the library, you Google search it. But the AI doesn't know what you're researching for, what I meant. The AI doesn't know what you're searching for, so the AI will give you an answer that it thinks you want. So if you go onto one of those AIs, but then if you look at the AI will never give you a true answer, because the AI is always in your favor. The AI is always in your favor. So even though if it's wrong, it'll make it seem like it's the right answer. Because the AI is just searches the search engine. So it just searches for information and hopes, you've got to hope it gives you a good answer. Because the AI doesn't actually know for certain what the true question is. It just scours the internet hoping, then you've got to hope it finds the correct answer. Because that's AI is not true AI at the moment. I have no idea what you have found out what people do with AI. Well, people have married them. People have married AI, which is ridiculous because it's not real. people have married AIs. I've seen people do it, and I've seen clips of people doing it online, and I'm like, on YouTube, I'm like, fucking hell. You know, 30 years ago, everyone was scared about AI. Now we're looking at AI and going, oh wow, look at this funny video we've made online. I know, I have seen that. Yep. Did you see about that woman recently, you Pixel Dibble? This is where AI is wrong. AI actress, it was an AI actress. Hollywood have gone berserk over it because you know, this girl was getting this fake AI girl was getting Hollywood agents call them basically, and it pissed off actual actors, saying what it pissed off actual actors. Like one of the a few of the biggest A-list stars in the world all complained about it, saying think about you know, actors who are struggling to get jobs, and now they might actually lose their role due to an AI person. I'm very good, Sunghoon. How are you? Right, let's turn and let's put some more trees in here. Right, we're going to stop that for a second. So, we're going to hope I'm not going to do good at all. Can you believe this? But English isn't my first language. No, I remember you saying that you were from a different country, which so I do understand that, yeah. But you're a very good English speaker, I will admit. Well, typer, because I don't know. I've never seen you speak English. But yeah, but more and more trees are starting to prop up across this forest, which is amazing. Right, sorry guys, I just had to stop for a second. There we go. Thank you to the people who subscribed. It's amazing. So we're making a forest, guys. We're making a forest on my creative world. Now, if I quickly go and grab a map a second. Fantastic. The trees are growing perfectly. We're just waiting for a few more of these buggers to grow down here. But as it stands, this forest is growing perfectly. Right, that's amazing. Right, we're almost at 500 views on this stream. I want to see if we can hit 30,000 views by the end of the month. I want to see if we can hit 30,000 views this month, guys. And as it stands, we are getting closer and closer to hitting 30,000. I want to see if we can get 1,000 views on this stream. So everybody share the stream. It'd be amazing if everyone could do that. We are, as it stands in the last, we are closing down on 30,000. We have 28,000, guys. But this stream's nearly got 500, so we're closing down on 29,000, which is amazing. So I'm hoping that these trees can just continue to grow for us. More trees equals more trees equals more woodlands. And it just makes the world look cooler. Oh, especially the central dialect. Cool. Interesting country, Thailand. Interesting country. Interesting country, Thailand. The only country in the world now, I believe, that Joe, I miss Miley. Thailand's an interesting country. The only country in the world which you can still go to prison for disrespecting the king. Which I find that really interesting. That's still there in 2026. I nearly said 27 then. You know who's Miley? I have absolutely no idea who Miley is. Are we talking about Lewis Miley, who's the place in Newcastle? Yeah, I have absolutely no idea who that is. Yeah, Thailand's an interesting country. Her name is Miley. Yeah, I didn't know that. Right, we're just going to plant a few more trees. Yeah, Thailand's a really interesting country. Yeah, you could have... Yeah, Pixel Dibbler's right. You mentioned the dog, but when you asked me, do you know who he is? I'm like, yeah, I don't. Like, you could have been talking about Lewis Miley, who plays for Newcastle. Or, somebody else called Miley, like Miley Cyrus or something like that. Ah, sorry to hear that. Right. I like our forest so far. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, you don't want to know. But I'm more surprised you don't know. Just a random singer that goes around and really always was in bizarre outfits. Okay, right, let's go this way. Let's grow more. We've got more trees to grow to make this woodlands look like a woodlands. Yeah, very weird, very weird singer. Used to go to fashion awards. She used to go to fashion awards dressed in the most bizarrest costumes you'll ever see. I don't get that. These singers now, why would they just go? Why not just go? These singers, why not just go to a fashion event in an actual clothes? Oh, tell you what, guys. Have I ever told you the story of the fashion shoot I had to the fashion shoot I had to shoot? I had to shoot this fashion. So I had to shoot when I was in uni. I had to shoot this fashion show. Angelina Jolie hired her. I didn't know that. I don't think she would have done that. So she hired a hitman. Sorry. She considered hiring a hitman to kill herself. I didn't know that. I didn't think that was possible. I mean, that is really... That was when she was 22. Really hell. That's really bizarre. That's floored me, that. So you know who she is then. If that's your favourite song, you know who she is. That's really bizarre. Yeah, that's just really confused me then when I saw that. Who's Miley Cyrus? But then you mentioned two of her songs. But then you just mentioned those two songs. And then you just mentioned those two songs. Something don't add. Something don't add up there. You didn't know who she was, and then you somehow just mentioned two of her songs. I didn't know that was her songs. But it's just too specific. We mentioned Miley Cyrus, and then you say that you mentioned those two songs. I think you know who she was. I definitely think you know who she was, because there's no way you just magically mention those two songs out of the blue without knowing that they were her songs. There's no way you just magically say those two songs because which are both her songs. No, I just heard it. But they wouldn't automatically just play like that. That's like the chances of that happening is like you getting struck by lightning 3 times in the same second. Yeah, but that's so ironic. Do you get what I mean? That's too specific. You mention you don't know who Miley Cyrus is, and then you mentioned two of her songs that are your favorites. Seconds later, and then you say you don't know that they were her songs, but it's too specific that you mention them. I think Pixel Dibble understands what I mean. It's just too specific. And now you just said, wait, that's her again. I can't tell if you're generally being serious or you're trying to be funny. I can't tell. Yeah. Because there's no way. Because you just said, wait, that's her twice. Like you can't remember anything from second to second. It's really confusing. Shit, now I'm stuck. So we're just going to plant more trees across, just grow as many of our little trees. There we go. Perfect. Let's get out of here. I don't like her no more. So she knew who... You don't like her no more then? AC/DC Goods, Red Hot Chili Peppers. If you like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, have you ever heard of the Red Hot Chili Pipers? Have you ever heard of the Red Hot Chili Pipers? The Red Hot Chili Pipers are a group of Scottish bands, but they play like famous they play famous bands songs, but with they play famous bands. Sorry, I just... No, they said, that's the thing. I think they did some of the red... No, they've popped into my name. That's why... Just because it's a similar name doesn't mean they're related in history, but they are related in history. That's the thing, because they've done some of the Red Hot Chili Peppers songs with bagpipes. Good band. What they do is stupid. What they do is ridiculous, though. Bearing in mind that to make the same tunes that you can do on guitar with a bagpipe is pretty impressive. Don't Stop Believing's pretty good. Because there's no words. All the noises come in with pipe. But technically they are. If you do a cover, you've got to ask them permission. Technically that's true, but they are related to that. Because if you do a cover, you've got to ask the band permission. If you do a cover, you've got to ask the band permission. Which is 100% true, guys. You can't just cover someone's song without permission. Unless you're doing a parody. And technically, Smells Like Teen Spirit is Nirvana. So yeah, if you want to do a cover thing, you've got to go and ask one of the members. Obviously, you can't ask Kurt Cobain because, well, it'd be a bit hard to ask a corpse. But yeah, he's dead. That's what I said. But he's not. He's the only one that's dead. The band doesn't revolve around the lead singer. So you have to go and ask the band permission. So even though he's dead, the others are still alive. So you got to go and ask them. Because even though the lead, he's the frontman. Yeah. He's the frontman. Yeah, but that meant he was the singer. He was the singer, yeah. Yeah, the frontman is the lead vocalist and primary spokesperson, but they're not in charge of the group. So, if you do a cover song of someone's song, of a famous band song without asking permission, that's a copyright. Then it's copyright. What are we talking about? So yeah, he's the frontman, but but even though he's dead, you still got to go and ask the other guys for permission, because technically that's how it works. You have to do a cover song. You have to have the full band's permission. Joe, yes. It's like Weird Al Yankovic. Do you have the time to listen to me whine? You're not whining. You said he's the frontman, so I said, well, the frontman doesn't guarantee that stuff. The frontman's the spokesperson, but they're not in charge of the band. Abaddon. No, Abba Bon. Interesting. But yeah, those but yeah, you can't. Yeah, Smells Like Teen Spirit is always related to Nirvana because it's their song. So if you go and ask permission, if you make a cover of that without asking for permission, yeah, it's illegal. It's the same as if I oh my god, guys, look what we've done. Look at that. We've got the odd we have got the odd little area that we could probably put a few more trees. So now, if you correct me wrong, if I'm wrong, you cannot see anything now from here. You can just see the forest. Lovely. Look at it. It's beautiful. But yeah, it's like Yeah. Yeah, if you do a cover song, you own the rights to your specific sound recording, the master. The original songwriter or publisher retains the copyright to the underlying composition, lyrics, and the melody. Legally, so obviously, they even if you do a cover song, they get some of the money. So yeah, but you can do it. You can legally do a cover song, but if you distribute it, you have to. If you distribute it, on as like a or whatever you call it. If you I don't know, distribute it, then you've got to go and get a license from the band to be able to cover the song, which most people do. Some people don't do it because they don't understand they got to do it. It's like it happens all the time. It does. Am I late? Well, you're not late. You can't be late to a stream. The only person you can't be late to a stream because, you know, I could start the stream really early, and because of the time zones across the seas and across everywhere, it depending whether it's early or late is depending on what time it is in your country and what time you wake up, if you get what I mean. So I've been streaming for about 4 hours, but I started streaming at 12 o'clock in the afternoon because I woke up and thought, bollocks to it, I'm going to stream. We've just been on my city world. We've put a huge forest in here. This garden was here. This mansion was here, and these trees here. But we've put this in. We put this in here. I wanted to put like a forest here to make it just look nice. Right. Everybody on here right now, I want to create a quick map. Get me, where's an item frame? Where'd you keep item frames? There, here we go. Right. The forest looks natural. Yeah, that was a lot. We planted a lot of trees to make it look to try and make it look as natural as possible. I just want to put oh my god, guys. There we go. Looks amazing, doesn't it? Some of this map isn't even looked at properly. But that's the city. That's the forest. The football that's the football stadium. The football stadium doesn't look detailed, but the football, if we actually go to the football stadium, you guys will see it actually is detailed. This forest looks amazing. We have buried a house. We have buried a building over here. Because, why not? I started building another city over here like 5 years ago. And I forgot about it. I started building a little building over here little city over here a few years ago. Totally forgot about it. And now the forest has lined it up. So we could technically we could connect them. We could connect these up. Which would be very, very, very fun. These buildings here, guys, are designed to look what London would have looked like 150 years ago. As you can imagine, guys, the UK used to be very different. You're 78 subs away. Yes, we are. We haven't gained many subscribers today, but that's never the issue. It's always fun to stream. What was I gonna say, guys? I'd love to hit it now, but the UK, for example, in the 19th century, when the factories started opening up in the 18th, 19th centuries, people flocked to the cities. So the cities expanded and expanded. Literally, houses used to look like this in the city. Is that your home? This? No. This is what London used to look like in the 18th century. Gardens backed onto each other. Literally rows of houses like this, because obviously factories and when the factories opened up, people flocked to the cities. So obviously cities become overpopulated, and which is where the saying the London slums comes from, because gardens used to look like this. People used to get ill because, as I said, everyone was living in these cramped quarters. It took until 1945, guys, for them to be fixed. I'm really good, Swiss. How are you? Yeah, it took until 1945 to fix, because most of what was Victorian London was destroyed in the war, was destroyed in the German bombings, in the London Blitz. No, that building there, guys, I built what my bedroom looks like in reality in Minecraft. Well, what it did look like. Look how big my forest is that I've put. Lovely to hear. I'm feeling a bit better. That's good to hear. I built what my bedroom actually looked like a few years ago in Minecraft here. But we can't get in it because I buried it. So a few years ago, I say a few years ago. In like 2018 time, in like 2020 time, in 2019, I was trying to remodel my bedroom. So I designed it in Minecraft what I wanted it to look like. I designed what I wanted it to look like in Minecraft. And safe to say, it doesn't look like that. The bookshelf, this bookshelf, broken. Wooden desk, gone. The bed, broken. Well, hold on a minute. I should change this now, actually. I should change this now to... Give me a second, everybody. Here we go. There we go. So I changed the colour in 2020, guys. I changed the colour in 2020, so there we go. Now it looks more realistic. I changed the colour, and that design, guys, the design I put there never actually happened, because for some reason or another. Anyway, perfect. Let's go. And I will say, guys, that design is not to scale. it looks bigger. It looks bigger in Minecraft. Oh god. How is everybody on this stream? I am absolutely shattered today. Guys, we're almost at 8k, so I'm probably going to do my 8... If I can hit 8k... If I can hit 8k in the next couple of weeks... In next, weeks, I'll probably celebrate next week if we hit it. Ooh. Right, so we started building a project today, guys, which we didn't quite finish because I started doing some other bits. We started building another skyscraper in the city section. We started building another skyscraper in the city section. Haven't quite got round to finishing that yet. Obviously, we killed the Wither and the End on my Survivor Legacy world. We killed two Withers. I want to do it again, but I ran out. We don't exactly have many. Is Everton playing tomorrow? Everton are playing Brighton at 3 o'clock. I hope Everton win. I hope Everton win. They played absolutely horribly against Leeds. Well, they played horribly until the second half, and then they actually played really well. That looks different. What do you mean it looks different? Oh, you're talking about the building. Are you talking about the build? Yes, well, it's going to look different, isn't it? Because no building in a city is the same. No building is the same in a city. In a city, no building is the same because it's all built by different people. No building is ever going to be the same in a city. I thought this forest was big. Back in the day, I thought this forest was big, the one we built here. Until I built that one. Was it there on the other streams? No, because I built it this morning. No, because I built that this morning. This was not here because I built it this morning. This one here I started building earlier on. It's not that hard to build this up. We just need to. My mind is ping pong mode right now. What? Because we built a skyscraper on a stream. It's not that building a skyscraper. Jesus Christ. Building a skyscraper isn't exactly hard to build. It's whether you can be bothered to build it. That's the thing. So that took me a day. That took me a few hours. It's not actually hard to build. This isn't actually a hard build. All it is glass. All it is 2 levels of glass. And some stairs. We're almost done this one. We just need to... What about the elevators? Yeah, but you don't do the elevators till the building's built. You don't do the lifts. You don't do the lifts until the buildings are built. And I will say lift, guys, because I'm British. Because we call them lifts. Basically, lift and elevate mean exactly the same thing. But in the UK, we call it lift. Well, you build a building, you don't put the lifts in until the building's built. I say lift. Yeah. Yeah, you don't put a lift in until the building's built, because there's no point of putting a lift in until the building's built. If any building, I don't know if you've ever been on a construction site, which I haven't, but there's no point if you put the lift in before the building's there, then there's nothing to hold the lift up. You can't put a lift in until the building's done. Until the building's built, you can't put the lift in because the building holds the lift up. The building holds the lift up. The lift doesn't hold the building up. So if you put the lift in before the building, it will just drop. Can you build like a real lift? No. Because you can't do that in Minecraft. There used to be ways of doing it, but you needed loads of pistons, and that doesn't even work anymore. There used to be a way of doing it with pistons back in like 2012. But that never even works, and now I'm going to have to mute myself a second. Really? Why? I want it to work. Well, you used to be able to do it on here. So, what do you think? What do you guys think? The Tron guy. I saw Pixel King's comment, but I didn't read it properly. I was here and I saw the T-Tron guy leave a comment on one of ZTT's videos saying, "Convince my dad to upgrade my RTX 490. I gotta be honest, I don't know what that means. I know what a not 490 is and upgrade it. Could be worse. I had someone join the stream earlier on and asked me to gift them Minecraft, which I will I'm not gifting someone Minecraft, because I find that disrespectful. I think the guy's from another country, but you can't go onto someone's Minecraft stream and ask them to give you the game. But you don't really need to play it maxed out though. You don't need to play it maxed out. The problem is though with that is that everyone wants to play it maxed out. But if you play it maxed out, eventually they make the game bigger and then you need to max it out again. I think it's better to not play Minecraft maxed out. I personally think it's better to not play Minecraft maxed out, but just play it good enough. Because if you were to play it maxed out, you would constantly need to upgrade your computer every year. Because nowadays, video games are getting bigger and bigger, which is... I'll tell you what, I looked at the back of one of my old video games the other day. It cost me 20 quid when I bought it, and I bought it from Game. This is when the game came out. Nowadays, guys, video games now are so expensive that, you know, they're like 80, 90 quid. 15 years ago when I was much younger, video games cost a lot less. They cost like £20. I bought Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga brand new for literally 20 quid. Interesting, yeah. Oh my god, I got cramp on my foot. Oh, but yeah, video games now are just too ridiculous. For me though, I'm not really I'm not really that much of a gamer. So, video games, my computer just being able to run Minecraft and allow me to edit films, YouTube videos, short films, and being able to write my books, that I'm happy with. Obviously, other people are different. Everyone's different. I won't pay for video games. Well, such as Minecraft. Well, I play other video games, but I often wait for the price to drop, because within a couple of months the price drops. But the problem is it's the video gamers themselves. It's all of us, guys. To everyone on this stream right now, we are the problem, because we constantly want our games to be bigger, more graphics, more realistic. We constantly want our games to be more realistic, more realistic. We want the graphic details to be much better. So what happens? Because they spend more on the game, they put more on the price. Because they've spent more money on it, they've got to recruit. They got to regroup the losses that they made. They got to regroup regroup the money that they spent on it. So that's what the skyscraper is going to look like on all four sides. That's what the skyscraper is going to look like. I think it looks beautiful. There we go. So this building here will look like that on the inside until I can be bothered to put the floors in. But because it's a massive city, there's hardly any floors because I can never be bothered to finish them. Thank you to the people who subscribe. We're 78 subs off hitting 8,000. I'm so cold, guys. It's freezing. Meanwhile, someone has my dream PC specs to play freaking Plants vs. What's Plants vs. Pixel King? I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. But I understand how you feel. I understand how you feel. I understand how you feel, but in that regard, you know, you're finding out that people have more money than you, so can afford more stuff. I was very pissed off when I was in college. We were shooting our short films, and I found out a guy in my class had self-funded his production and bought film industry equipment, while the rest of us couldn't afford anything like that. So our films looked shit compared to his. And this guy in my class had his film, because his film was picked and played in full, whereas none of ours, there was 3 or 4 of us, none of our films were played more. We only had 30 seconds of our films played, where we only had a couple of our films played. We only had like 30 seconds of our films played, and this guy had his full 18-minute one played. And this guy's film made absolutely no sense. It made no sense. And the whole thing that obviously I found funny, when this guy pitched it to us, he didn't even know what he was pitching. Would it be possible to ask if you used it, or would it be a problem? Or what would be a problem? You just burnt yourself, Jesus. Would what be a problem? Well, no. This university thing, this college thing, we had college equipment. But what this guy did was he self-funded his production and bought himself. He self-funded his production. And he hired film industry equipment. So he hired film cameras which were more than 1,000 times better than the camera that we would get by the college, which technically in many places you wouldn't be able to do that. In many places you wouldn't be able to do that because of how unfair it is on the rest of the class, because nobody else could afford it. We had a guy in our class. He was fairly rich, and he said to us that he wouldn't do that. We had a guy in my class. He was fairly rich. You know, he was well off, and that's what he said to us as well. We had two guys in the class that was like fairly rich, and he said to us, like, even though he could afford to do that, he wouldn't do it because it would be so unfair on everybody else that can't afford it. No, we wouldn't have been able to use it because this guy had hired it out, so basically. But yeah, that I personally, I still to this day think that was wrong. So this guy was like, he was fairly rich. This guy was, you know, fairly rich, and you know, to go and do that, I thought was quite tight, especially on everyone else. To bring in a professional crew to go and shoot it for you when nobody else could do that. The done TDM statue, yeah, I didn't build that. I used to let subscribers come on and build things. So a subscriber built this. A subscriber came on and built this. A subscriber built this bandstand. A subscriber built this called Mr. Stan, so Stan Steaks. He built Stan's Steaks. A subscriber built this building here. A subscriber built this, and he called it the apartment complex. He called it the apartment complex. So he basically built an apartment building, and basically he did some really nice designs. This other guy built a pallet, built a nice house. Somebody built a little house. Somebody built a little house here. Somebody built a little house here, and then obviously built a little garden, and he even built a car. I thought there was a way into here, but there's not. Ooh. He never put a window in on this side. But yeah, trying to get, when you've got people subscribers coming on and building stuff, when you've got subscribers coming on building stuff on your world, and you tell them it's a city world, you don't expect them to build like wooden houses and build like a castle. But I've kept the castle here. Just because. Why not? I did get rid of one build though. It was someone just built a huge obsidian. Someone built like a huge bedrock. Someone built a huge bedrock cube right here as a house, but I got rid of it recently. A, because it looked hideous. No offense to anyone. No offense to that person if he's still watching, which I don't think he is, because that was like 8 years ago. I got rid of it to make a path to my football stadium. I've got to say, now that we put that forest there, there's quite a nice view from this skyscraper on here. I've got to say, there is a fairly nice view out that window now. I do need to finish this building. There should be an observatory on the top there. There will be eventually on the top of here. So on the top of here, it's going to look amazing. On the top of here, it's going to look amazing at the top. You've got all those different houses over there. We've got about 15 houses there. You've got the city. Oh bollocks! We've got the city there. You can see some of the you can see some of the bits of the city. Oh, this building here. This building here reminds me of R2-D2 for some reason. This building here reminds me of R2-D2. I have absolutely no idea why, but I've always called it the R2-D2 building. I don't know why. Reminds me of R2-D2. There used to be another building next to it, but I got rid of it. This building at the back was amazing. This building at the back was amazing. There used to be another building here. There used to be another building there, but I got rid of it too. I tried to make like a flat style building, but I thought this one looked hideous. Subscriber built this because I don't remember building this one. Subscriber built that. A subscriber also built this, but they also never finished it. So because they never finished this huge like modern house, I just covered it with trees. I built most of these. I also built this one. I built this one. I didn't build that. I didn't build this. These gates here, I didn't build this. I did build these. I did build these here though. There was a guy that joined my world. There was a guy that joined my world, and he was a very nice. He pretended to be like he was a nice subscriber. He joined my world and started building stuff, but he basically built wherever he wanted. So he built this really cool. This guy built this really nice fence. I think he was like 13, 14. He built this really, really cool fence. He built this really, really cool build. But he wouldn't let other people build anywhere near him. Other subscribers. And I said another subscriber could build a build here. And this guy would not hear the end of it, and then he basically left and never came back because I let somebody else build here. And then basically I let some other people build in here in like this was like a subscriber estate. Do I like Ghana? Never been there. Are you talking about Ghana or Guyana? There's two. Ghana and Ghana. Ghana and Guyana. I think that's meant to be a penis. I think that's meant to be a penis set of buttons. I was joking, like, you know, I would. His fence was off center, yeah, but the whole. His fence is off center, but that's the whole point. It's meant to be an open gateway. It's meant to be an open gateway. It's meant to be an open gateway, like a wavy open gateway. It's just got dirt. Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Have you ever been there? Have you ever been there? God, why can't I search things? Well, yeah. Let me just do something a sec, guys. I've accidentally pressed the button. Let me refresh my page. No, but because you've been there when you were little, you wouldn't remember much about it. So how do you know it's just dirt? That's like saying You've watched a few, yeah, but you've watched a few videos. You've watched a few videos. If you get what I mean, you've watched a few videos, yeah. But that few video isn't the entirety of a country. That's like saying everybody is America's. That's like saying everybody in America's fat. And lives too. Yeah, but then that live does not guarantee. That live doesn't show off the whole of the country. You know, if you live in London, you don't. If you live in London, for example, if you go to London and walk around, that doesn't class as seeing the whole of the United Kingdom, because London's just a tiny speck on the map. You know, there's 30 other cities. There's thousands of small towns. I am in London though. No, I am. It's an example. I'm not saying that. I'm using that as an London as an example, because most people who come to the UK, most tourists who come to the UK think London is the only thing there. But just because someone's gone to London doesn't mean they've seen the entirety of the UK. It's like watching a video of an American man going to McDonald's and then thinking, oh, everybody in America's fat because they go to McDonald's. Do you get what I mean? You can't judge a country from a YouTube video. Or a life, to be honest. You can't judge a country. If you've never been there and experienced it with your own eyes, well, been there and experienced it and remembered it, you never know. It's like you don't have to apologise. But that is a little bit offensive. If you get what I mean, Sung-Hoon, that is a little bit offensive. That's like saying, you just said a country is only dirt because you've seen videos of it. Which doesn't exactly make sense. But that is true. That is like watching a video of watching a video of someone an American man eating McDonald's and then thinking everybody in America's fat, which, you know, is partially the truth, but not everybody in America is actually fat, but most of them are. I'm joking. If there are any Americans here, I love you. If there is any Americans watching, I do actually love Americans. I'm joking. I'm just using a I'm just using a stereotype as an experiment. Hello, Bike Rush. Welcome to the stream. Just because you've joined the stream, you know, I'm not taking the piss out of Americans. I love Americans. I'm just using America as a stereotype to explain an example. Sorry, it's all right. You did. Yeah, I didn't want to offend an American by saying everybody from America's fat. I was joking, but it is a stereotype. This is a way of getting down safely without injuring yourself. But it's not just dirt, though. You've never been there. You know, some parts are just dirt, but every country is just dirt. Every country is just dirt. Step outside. Every country, if you look at every country is just dirt. If you look at it, every country is just dirt. Every country has grass and dirt. That's like saying Atlantis is just full of water. Well, technically, kind of. Actually, that's a bad example because that technically is kind of true. Yeah, but most of those countries are deserts. Most of those countries do have desert because it's there is a massive desert in Africa. But saying it's just full of dirt It's like saying, you know, saying it's full of dirt is like saying London's full of criminals and tourists, which isn't the case. But you've never been there. If you've never like experienced it, you can't judge a book by its cover. If you get what I mean. Do you guys get what I mean? In America. Sorry, in America. No, he was talking about Ghana. He was talking about Ghana, the African nation. He was talking about Ghana in Africa. And he said it's just full of dirt, which you can't really say that. That's like saying... oh, the joke. Yeah, I know, I used it as an example, because saying Ghana's full of dirt is just full of dirt. It's like the stereotype. It's like the stereotype of saying, you know, America's full of fat people. that was the joke. Well, yeah, partially that is kind of true, but well, you still had to have like visas and things like that. Well, not visas. They still knew where you were. Your country still knew where you were. And they still knew who you were. Your country still knew where you were. Back in the days. Back in the day, your country still knew you were. Because, well, back in the day as well, you would know from the accent. Back in the day, you'd know from the accent. So... obviously, I don't think you had horses, and I don't think horses were in North America, because I thought horses were at the top. What at the time? Oh no, horses. Yeah, horses. Horses actually went extinct in North America. Ironically, horses actually went extinct in North America 10 to 12,000 years ago. Horses were not in America. Horses were not in America. They were actually reintroduced by the Spanish. Horses originated from the United States, from what is now America, but horses originated from what is now North America, but went extinct. So there was no horses when the Spanish turned up in America. There was no horses. Most Americans make fun of my accent. They said I was faking it. What were you trying to do an American accent, or were you doing a British accent? Or were they faking your British accents? But the thing is, though, were they actually making fun of you or just asking you a question? Because some people think that they're being made fun of when sometimes they're not. It's a really interesting thing. Sometimes people think they're being made fun of when they're not being made fun of. It's an interesting... Do. I'm going to mute my mic. I've been really good. Bite Rush. How have you been? And got mad at me. But did they get mad at you though? Because you said about you said on the stream the other day about how you always think people are mocking you. Were they mocking you, or because, you know, some accents don't know? That's the sound of some youths going up and down the road screaming. Anyway. Hey, WStream, thank you, Emerald Katana Game. That's really kind of you. Can you please give me a shout out? I'm going to give some shout outs out when we hit 600 views on the stream. At the moment, we're a little bit. Is someone partying? No. No one's partying. It's just someone screaming outside. Anyway. Right, so was it a cow outside your house? No, it's someone making noises. They're doing like gorilla noises. And monkey noises. Quite why that is, I don't know. But I'm stuck at 95 subs. Cool, but you'll get there. You'll get there. It took me 9 years to hit 7,000 subscribers. I'm hoping to hit 8,000. Well, I'm hoping to hit 10,000 this year, but at the moment we're not that far off 9,000. Yeah, no, it was actually more like an or something like that. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know, but most Americans, Sang-hoon, don't understand that there's so many different British accents. But some people don't understand when people are making a joke. Some people don't understand when people are making a joke because it goes over their head. Like when you said about having 3 phones yesterday, and I jokingly said, was one of them a burner phone? Like, that went straight over your head. Because some things go over people's heads and they don't think. So, for example, there was a kid in my school year. A few years below me. That they were like that. They wouldn't do anything. No one would do anything, but there was a kid that was just, he was odd, but I think he had like issues, and a guy threw a bottle up and it bounced off the roof and it hit this guy on the kid on the shoulder, and he thought that was bullying because the bottle bounced off the thing and hit him. Well, but is it someone's fault that the water bottle bounces off a roof? If you get what I mean, guys. Yeah, I've met people like that. That. Cool. If I sub to you, you don't have to ask me to subscribe. You should subscribe if you want to subscribe. You don't have to ask me. It's like if you subscribe to Netflix. Do you have to ask Netflix to subscribe? No, you just subscribe. We're gonna crash. I think we're gonna crash. Oh, my shoulder. I subbed. Thank you. Not a private channel. It wouldn't be private. If it was private, why would this be a private YouTube channel? Why would you upload? If you were uploading YouTube videos, guys, why to YouTube? Why would it be a private YouTube channel? Because no YouTube channel is private. It's like you can upload privately on Instagram and things like that. It's like, well, nobody creates anything. How old are you? How old do you think I am, as a guess? How old do you think I am because I have so many people. That's mean to ask. No, it's not. It's not mean to ask. So, 24. I will be in 12 months. I will be in at the end of the year. Close enough. Not quite yet, but I will be at the end of the year. That's a great guess, thanks. That's a great guess. I will be year 23, yeah. Yes, I am. Yeah, the reason when people ask me, I don't give them an answer and I make them guess, because I get funny answers. Because of my voice and how my voice is, I have people that think that I'm as young as like 17. No, that's normally a thing. It's rude to ask a lady how old she is. But asking someone their age is fine. Never ask a woman her age. But that's more of a saying, though, Sung-hoon. It's more of a saying. It's more of a saying than an actual, like, rule. Oh, sorry. No, you don't have to apologise. I'm the same way. Everyone says I'm 19 or 21, but I'm 6 foot and 15. Fucking hell. Jesus, when I was 15, what was I? I was like 5'7". 5'6". I think 5'7". Yeah, oh heck no, I'm old. Anyway, right. Anyway. You're not that old. It's like a saying, yeah. How to gain more subs. Just focus on the grind. Do the content that you want to do. So basically, people subscribe because they want to watch. What content do you do out of curiosity? Right, I'm going to have a look at your channel a second. What's a salary? You should know what a salary is if you've had a job. I would be more shocked if you didn't know what a salary is. If you don't know what a salary is, how did you get a job? Right, so you're doing Minecraft out of curiosity, looking at your channel. Looking at your channel, you're doing Minecraft. That's pretty good. To have 100 subscribers and 100,000 views from only creating your channel in October is pretty good. Do you like religion? I don't really care about religion per se, YouTuber Hubu, but I'm not religious. So I don't... When people talk about religion to me, like, oh, God says this, like, Jesus says this, I'm like, cool. But I don't think he said that, because I don't think he existed. So it's one of those, like, religion's one thing, but I personally don't believe in any of that stuff. So when people shout at me like, oh, you're going to hell, you're going to this, I'm like, well, hell might exist, heaven might exist. But I'll find out when I get there. I've got to be honest. Don't think about monetization. Yeah, I don't believe in God either, guys. I believe there's something out there, but not like that. I can explain it to you. But... Unpaid manual labour is that's wrong though. That's slave labour. Oh crap, I'm Christian. That's fine. You know, I'm not religious, but basically the reason YouTuber Hubu's put that is because he argues with religion and people in my friend's Discord server, and he doesn't understand that not everybody's as religious as he is. And the reason he's commented that is because I destroyed his point a few weeks ago. YouTuber Hubu basically said a history of Mayan people is demonic because they had different gods and that they were all brainwashed by the devil. Why is Sung-hoon making fun of you? I don't think Sung-hoon said in a stream a few weeks ago that he's got autism, so I don't think he realizes what he's saying. So I wouldn't take any notice of him. I don't think he really... Sometimes I don't think Sung-hoon really thinks about what he is commenting. Some people who have it don't understand that what they say can affect other people. There we go. But it's also like vice versa. The channel I'm using is meant to be a religious channel. Okay, that's alright. Yeah, I'm not religious, guys, but I'm not religious, but I have no problem with anyone who is. Nintendo Switch, actually. I'm on the Switch edition version. What was I going to say? Yeah, I grew up with this. They're going up and down the street with a motorbike. It's pissing me off. I'm going to go out and put a staple for it in a second. I'm joking. Yeah, I'm atheist as well. Atheists must be sad to live on. It's not. Atheist is basically someone that doesn't harbour religious views. Being an atheist isn't actually... It's not. I'm an atheist as well. Atheist means... It just basically means you don't harbour religious views. It's one of those, like, religious or not, if you get what I mean, guys, like, religious or not, we all pay taxes, we all have to go to work. Yeah, atheist basically means you don't, if you're an atheist, it means you harbour no religious views. It's basically... Because it's a very controversial topic, basically no one agrees. So, you know, religion has caused so many wars and things like that. Anyway, going on that point I was making earlier on about, like, nobody can get, people always get my age wrong. It's because my voice, I've got a thick accent but quite a light voice. I've got a thick accent but quite a light voice, and people think I'm younger. I've got people that think I'm as young as 14 and as high as 40. I've had people think I'm as old as in my 40s, and as, you know, as young as, you know, 13, 14. Your accent is great, thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah, I've got quite a thick accent, guys. I've got a thick accent but a light voice. Yeah, it's basically the same, but it's basically you just harbour no religious views. I'm in my 20s, yeah. I'm feeling old. Like, people who are 15 this year, people that are 15 this year are 9 years younger than me. It makes me feel weird, because I had people in my stream last year going, oh, I had people in my stream last year that were 15, and I'm like, hold on, people who are 15 are now, people who born in 2010 are now 15. I'm like, wait, you know, people born in 2010, 11, or 12 are now taller than me. When I'm like, it feels weird. I said this on stream the other week. You know, when 5 years ago, yeah, when I was, but wow, there'd be 8 now. Literally, when I was, when I left school, people born in 2010, 11 were 9 and 8. When I left school in 2019, people that were born in 2011, 2010 were like 8 and 9. And now people born in 2010, 11 are now taller than me. Which, tell you what, which feels really weird. What do you rate my channel? I haven't really looked at it. Well, I did look at it. I can give you some YouTube advice. I can give you some YouTube advice. Maybe change the title a little. Maybe for your next video that you're doing, maybe make the title more about the video. Maybe make the title more about what you're doing in the video, because people that watch your channel, at first they're looking for Minecraft content, because I know you're a Minecraft player from this. People that watch your channel initially, at the start they're looking for Minecraft content, and eventually they come back because they want to watch you. They want to watch you as a person, because it's you commenting, you filming. Making the title more adaptable to search would be a benefit, because searching on... most people search for videos on search. Most people look for videos on the search bar, for example. Most people, when you're looking at a YouTube video, for example, so why did you join this stream? So, for example, why did you join this stream, Emerald Katana Gaming? Were you looking for a Minecraft stream? So, out of curiosity, were you looking for like a Minecraft stream to watch? Right, so actually, I'll use this as an example. So, like, Diffuse Verity, why did you join the stream initially? Were you looking for a Minecraft stream? Were you looking for a Minecraft stream initially? So, but now, what do you come for, guys? Do you come for the Minecraft stream, or do you come... Yeah, so you were scrolling initially, but now you've kept coming back. So, are you coming because you were scrolling, or are you coming because you like my content? Because I'd argue that you're coming back now because you like my content, because I'm streaming. So, that's sort of what I mean, Emerald Katana Gaming. You look at the title. Hello, Seradot. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, that's some YouTube advice. If you make the title good, and people want to and you know, you get someone come and watch, and then they subscribe, the chances are the next time they come back, and then they keep coming back, because eventually they're not coming for the Minecraft content, they're coming because they want to watch you. I need to finish that bridge. I need to do the I need to do this design on... I need to do this design on the other side. Can you build the Golden Gate Bridge? I have no intention of building the Golden Gate Bridge, I'm afraid, because I don't understand how to build that. I'll be back in a minute. I need the toilet. I muted myself so I could go to the toilet. Is it low-key crazy that I have 126k views? It depends. Because you've mainly got that through shorts, so... you mainly got that through shorts, and not really because of YouTube Shorts. You know, you could have 95... You can with YouTube Shorts, yeah, you can have 90 subs and 100,000 views. I started YouTube I started my YouTube channel in 2016 when I was like 14. I started my YouTube channel when I was 14 in 2016. It took me a long time, guys. It took me a long time to grow my YouTube channel. It took me a fairly long time to grow my YouTube channel. In fact, in my first year on YouTube, I got 3,000 views. I have no idea. So yeah, in my first year of YouTube, YouTube is easier now, technically. YouTube's easier now because of things like YouTube Shorts. Because of things like YouTube Shorts, it is now, I'd say it's now easier. Back in the day, it used to be a lot harder to grow your YouTube channel. Growing a YouTube channel used to be a lot harder due to that fact that YouTube, for example, it used to be a lot harder to the first couple of 100 subs. No, that's not easy. The first 100 subs is actually the hardest. The first 100 subs is actually the hardest. YouTube Shorts makes it easier now, technically, on a standpoint. YouTube Shorts does technically make it easier now. YouTube Shorts does technically make it easier, but it's still hard. Basically, 1,000 subs is the hardest. Hitting 1,000 subs is the hardest thing you'll do in growing a YouTube channel. Because it's easier to hit 2,000 than 1,000 because you've already built a solid sort of base. So for example, last year I picked up about 2,500 subscribers last year. Bearing in mind, I did not pick up hardly any subscribers in 2024. So YouTube is, you could have having a few thousand subscribers does not guarantee you absolute success. That's, for me, it's kind of was for the first 100. It depends though what you're doing. Depends what you're doing. Depends what niche you're in. Technically, in a way, yeah. It depends what like YouTube niche you're trying to crack is. I'm just going to put more trees in here just to encourage it to grow. Yeah, it's very hard. It is very hard to grow a YouTube channel. And a lot of people think it's easy, which is the problem nowadays, because that's the problem now. Children think it's easy. But that is partially true, though. That is in a way, though, Sunghoon, it's quite an obvious question. It's quite an obvious question what the game title is. It's some people, if you join a YouTube stream, because I know you said about obviously you have like things like autism and things like that. Not when you join a YouTube stream, not everyone is going to know that. Not everyone is going to know that, for example. So some people, so not everyone's going to know that you have something like that. So someone timing you out for basically asking a really dumb question, that's possible because, some people can't be asked for the really silly questions. Because not everyone knows that you've got, whatever you've got. For 24 hours. 24 hours, though, is quite extreme. But not everyone knows that you've got something, so I can understand them saying read the stream title. But that's very strict for 24 hours. Did you say something else, just out of curiosity? Did you say something else to them? Because I don't think someone would time you out for 24 hours just for that alone. Right, let's go put some more trees down on this side. I've really loved growing trees today, guys. There we go. So, I'm gonna grow as many trees as possible like this. Bum 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 bum. Right, how many people have watched this stream so far? Almost 600. Incredible. It could be that. It could be because it's obvious. You never know though. No, some people don't understand though. Some people don't understand though, so they think that you're wasting their time. But it's the same as people with dyslexia. I didn't say anything bad. I know you didn't. But because you asked them what the game is, and they said read the stream title, I think from what you just said, I think they've just generally thought you gave them a dumb question. I think it's that from what you just said. I think they've just timed you out because they thought you gave a silly question. But that's the thing. That's probably the thing though. Not if you're going on someone's stream, say for the first time, they're not going to know that. They're not going to know that. So them saying like read the stream chat, them saying read the title, that's a natural reaction to someone saying what the game is. Because they're not going to know you can't read well. It's my fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But not everyone's going to know that you can't do certain stuff. Like earlier on, for example, when you mentioned your brother's dog, and you said, "Do you know Miley?" But without you mentioning afterwards about Miley was your brother's dog, like we wouldn't have known that. Because not everyone's on the same page. If you get what I mean. Not everyone's on the same page. Not everyone's naturally going to know what you're talking about when you type it. Like when you mentioned for example, when you mentioned your brother's dog Miley, we knew nothing of what you were talking about. You just mentioned, "Do you know Miley?" And we were like, well, who? Miley Cyrus? Lewis Miley, who's playing for Newcastle? Do you get what I mean? Yeah, without the context, nobody knows anything. Right, so there we go. I'm going to fly up here and we're going to watch trees grow. Trees are going to grow in this huge forest that we have been growing. So I have been growing a huge forest because can I join and help you? Hello Holly Rathburn, welcome to the stream. I'm playing Legacy Console Edition. I saw your comment earlier on. Because I'm playing Legacy Console Edition, if you do not have the same version console that I'm playing this on, the same Minecraft Edition, you will not be able to join, I'm afraid. I'm playing this on the old Legacy Edition. This is not Minecraft Bedrock Edition or Java. That's funny. I have old Minecraft. Yeah, but what... I know old Minecraft, but what edition? Because this edition's not crossplay. So, if you don't have the same exact version that I'm playing, you will not be able to join, I'm afraid. Let's just grow as many of these trees as possible. Here we go. Right, we're going to grow as many of these trees as possible because I want this forest to be huge. I wanted a forest. I wanted the city to have a huge sort of forested area. So Galactica City has a huge forest that cuts into the north. Where do you look? Well, I'm playing the Nintendo Switch edition. This is old version. But if you do not have the Switch edition, then you won't be able to join, I'm afraid. Right, let's continue our tree growing expertise across here. I'm going to grow that one. I'm going to grow that one. I'm going to go grow that one here. I'm going to grow this one. I'm going to grow that one into there. And we're going to grow this one here. There we go. So our forest looks amazing. We're just giving it... There's a lot of sap. I put a lot of saplings over here, didn't I? Right, let's get as many of these trees on here as we can. Do da 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 da. Tree. There's another tree there. Right, perfect. Let's go. We're gonna have to go. Here we go. Good. Just create as many trees as just plant trees. We're going to plant trees from the trees here. We're trying to make it not patchy. We're trying to make these trees not look patchy. So Good. We're doing amazing, guys. Do I like chocolate ice cream? No, actually I don't. Surprisingly. Surprisingly, guys, ice cream is nice, but I think chocolate ice cream tastes horrible. I used to like chocolate ice cream, guys, but I don't anymore. Oh. I did like back in the day, yes, guys, I did like chocolate ice cream. But I don't anymore because it just tasted hot. I realized no, it just doesn't taste nice. I don't think chocolate and ice cream go together very well. I think there's flavors that are better. I think there's better flavors of ice cream. Personally I think salted caramel's a better flavor. So salted caramel is my favorite flavor, guys. I prefer salted caramel over I prefer things like salted caramel over I prefer things like salted caramel over some of the other ice cream flavors. Well, I like all ice cream flavors, but I just don't like chocolate anymore. I just don't like chocolate ice cream anymore. I don't mind normal ice cream with chocolate sauce, but I think chocolate ice cream tastes horrible. That's just my opinion, though. That's like saying I think chocolate works well. Chocolate works well with ice cream. Chocolate crunchy bits works well in ice cream. Chocolate sauce works well in ice cream, but I think chocolate on the ice. I think the ice cream being a chocolate flavor, I don't think tastes very nice. I just don't think. I don't think it works. Here we go. I don't know where we are now. Right, that's looking lush. Please tell me there's a sapling right here. If there was a sapling right here, that would be nice because that I don't like that gap. I didn't like that gap. But there. We have done splendidly there. There's some little gaps here with trees have not spawned. But don't worry, we can fix that. In fact, we've got loads of saplings here. We could actually we can triage. Can't move. Have you gotten stuck in a lift? No. I gotta be honest, I don't know how you get stuck. I don't actually know how you get someone gets. I don't know how one gets stuck in a lift myself, unless you've not. Well, there was a kid in China. I saw a clip of him getting stuck in a lift, but the kid pissed on the bloody machine, pissed on the bloody control box. So of course it got stuck, because he damaged the bloody system. I think it was China. It might have been Japan. It was one of them. It was one of those. the countries over that part of the world. I think it was China. Oh, right. No. Well, that's probably why, though. That's probably why, then, because you pressed all the buttons. That probably is why, because you pressed every single button. Right, let's do these last couple of trees across here. Ideally, I want to do all those. Can we reach that one? Yes, we can. Can we reach that one? Yes, we can. Can we reach this one? Yes, we can. Can we reach that one there? Can we reach that one there? Hold on. Can we reach that one there? Well, we can now. Can we reach this one? Good. No, I hate Billie Eilish. I don't think she's actually... Personally, I don't think she's a very good singer. But that's just my opinion, guys. But it's one of those, I don't like her as a person. What are you saying what for? I don't like her as a person. I find her and her brother to be what you would call like let me think of the right word. I don't like her. But the reason I don't like her is her and her brother didn't actually have to work for their careers. That's the reason I don't like them, is because their parents were rich and famous. That's why I don't like them. I don't like them because of the whole thing. Billie Eilish and her brother, they are, well, music, yeah. Obviously, people love her music. But she already had a silver spoon in her mouth because the fact that her parents were famous. Her parents were famous, which meant, you know, they could afford to obviously be creative. Like Billie Eilish, she admitted she didn't even know how much a box of cereals was. That's what I don't like celebrities that don't know how much things are worth because they've never done anything normal in their lives. That's what I meant. I don't like celebrity. I don't think she's a very good singer myself, but I don't like celebrities that don't know how much things are worth because they've never done anything normal in their lives, and she's one of those people. Because her and her brother, and obviously because her parents are very famous and rich, not knowing how much like a box of cereals costs is ridiculous. But having famous parents contributed to her music career because they had contacts that they could use. I don't like celebrities like that. That basically. It's the same as I don't like Will Smith's kids because they were the same. They used their parents' contacts to start their careers. I don't like people that started their careers by using with help from relatives. I really like what's his name, George Clooney. George Clooney turned around and said years ago. I really like what George Clooney once said. A few years ago, George Clooney turned around and said his kids are getting nothing from him when he dies because he doesn't want them to obviously live off his money. He didn't want his kids to live off his money. He thought that they had to go and make some of themselves, and which I think that's a really interesting point of view. Well, I think that's a really interesting point of view. You know, that is true. A lot of celebrities now. A lot of like your big famous celebrities, a lot of them not a lot of them, some of them started their careers. Yeah, George Clooney. I respect George Clooney for what he did. George Clooney is not giving his children anything when he dies, because he doesn't want his children to live off him. But the same as I said, people like Billie Eilish, for example, while they're obviously making their own money now, because obviously her parents were rich, because Billie Eilish's parents were rich, she never had to worry about fate. She never had to worry about if it fails, because she could rely. She had, she had rich family members that had careers. So there was people willing to take a chance on her just because of who her parents were. Like, have you guys ever heard of Richard E. Grant? Richard E. Grant is a British actor. Have you guys ever heard of Richard E. Grant? Richard E. Grant is a British actor. He's a British actor, one of the most popular British actors. His daughter worked on a film. His daughter worked as a runner on a film set, and they treated her like shit. They suddenly found out who she was, and then all the crew, cast and crew, treated her like she was royalty. So that the whole thing about nepotism, nepo babies, are 100% true. The whole thing about when they say about people being nepo babies and things like that, that is 100% true. The concept of being a nepo baby is that being a nepo baby does not mean that if you're a nepo baby, it doesn't mean that your parents are rich. It means you took your career started off with help because your parents had contacts. And that's what, like, nepo baby, that's the concept of what nepo baby means. So for example, that's what Billie Eilish is. She's a nepo baby. So ironically, Harry Styles is an interesting one. Came from nowhere because he decided to sign up to X Factor. Let me think of the other one. Maybe. I'm not going to do that now, though. No, so on that point, though, like what I was saying, Billie Eilish's brother, he claimed, they're not nepo. Billie Eilish's brother tried to claim something along the lines of, we're not famous, we're not, or our parents didn't have contacts in the music industry, but the music industry is, the music industry and the film industry are called the creative industry. So basically they did have contacts. Yeah, Billie Eilish, her brother, is I think he's a loose cannon when some of the things he claimed, and then says that, and then he said that they're not he's not a nepo baby because his parents had contacts in the film industry, not the music industry. But the film industry and the music industry are the same industry. They're both the creative industry. Most of the people that shoot music videos also shoot films. Most of the musicians are singers or actors. So it's not. I don't hate people because they're singers, guys. I hate celebrities that use their parents' contacts to advance their careers. That's what I hate. I'm not saying I hate. I don't hate people because of that. I hate people that use their careers. I hate people that use their parents' contacts to establish their careers, because I don't like that. Because a lot of people that want to a lot of people that are talented and do things, a lot of celebrities, for example, who are sort of talented. Oh my god, he keeps going in the wrong direction. Come on, horse, this way. I'm saving the horse. He was over there earlier on, so he's disappeared. Where I'm going to transport this horse to here. Well, horse transportation almost complete. Hold on. What? How'd he die? Did I put a chest in my bedroom? I hope I did, because I can put the saddle in there. That's not what that was not what was intended to happen. I wanted to transport. So you can see now, guys. You can see that from over here now. You can see the forest that we built over there. Well, from the upstairs, from the upstairs window, yeah, you can see the house is further behind. But what you can't see is the fact that there's a road right here that turns, goes that way. You can't see that this forest goes for miles. I wanted that to happen though. I wanted to do that so because I thought it would look nice. So apparently I've never explored this bit since. So this path, we could probably make this forest bigger, but I put a picture over here, didn't I? Look at that. So I like that. I like it, guys. I like it. But technically now that forest now goes nearly halfway across that map. Jesus. That's a big forest. But I do sort of know though, guys, as well, you know, that this map is now huge. This map is huge. The city can technically though, the city can go all the way this way. Or we can go have it go all around. That would be cool though. That would be cool. We can go this way. Quite why there's a random that there. You never know. Anyway, I don't know how many people have watched this stream. Almost 700 of you have watched this stream today, which is just amazing, guys. Ooh. Shall we, now that we've done that, now that we've just done the whole forestry thing here, shall we go and have an exploration? Should we go onto another world for a bit? Well, I know you're still here. I know that there's 7 people here. You're eating oranges. Cool. Okay. I just want to quickly look at the Champions League to see who's playing who for the duels. My God. I just want to see who's playing who in the Champions League playoff games. Galatasaray are playing Juventus. Monaco are playing PSG. Newcastle are playing Qarabag. Olympiacos are playing Leverkusen. Benfica are playing Real Madrid. Oh, are you serious? Oh, that's amazing. I'll be back in a second. No, I don't like oranges. 600. But you're really too loud. Right. What the fuck? Did I mute that? Shit. I thought I muted when I left. Right, anyway. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. Anyway, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. My name's Clement Joe. Welcome back. Let's go on to the ideas word. Nearly 700 of you have watched this stream today, which is just amazing, so thank you. We are getting there, guys. We are... Hello, Ashton, welcome back. We are getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're 77 subscribers off hitting 8K. This is my... We're doing really well. This is my ideas world. This is where I come up with the ideas that I would like to build on my survival world. So, this is slightly all over the place because this is my ideas world. This is going to be built in the future. This will be built in the future. I just don't have the space to build it right now. I've got an idea. I want to have some fun. Guys, do you want to have some fun? The Never on Legacy Minecraft. Yeah, but right, so I have a little build right here that I made. I wish you could get portable blocks. Oh, I might have damaged this. I'm gonna do something so cool that you guys are never ever going to you guys are never ever going to see anything like it again. Let's reset the end. It's the ideas world, so it's a survival world. Now we just spawn randomly here. But if we go back to where we were just now, which we were in here. Now we're going to go to this place, so we're going to go to this little pit here, like this. Now, entering the end, there's going to be something called the Ender Dragon in here. I'm in creative, so it's not gonna affect me. But I'm gonna do something even stupider. I'm gonna put 4 withers in here as well. So the withers are going to all kill. The Ender Dragon is going. The Ender Dragon is going to meet its match. I can't put another wither in there. So we got 4 withers, but I want to try something. I thought you could do more than that. So the Ender Dragon, we've got the Ender Dragon and 4 withers. They're just all bombing it. They're just destroying absolutely everything. Is that an island over there? Now, watching them just go around and killing each other is ridiculous. Now we're just going to sit and watch. I can't move off over here. This is going to be fun. Oh! It's alright, my capture... It's coming back on. My capture card just went off. We got... These withers are just killing each other. Should I make a really overpowered sword a second? Here we go. Can you not put mending on a bow? Now he's one of those crawly ones. I just want to see how much damage we can do. When the Ender Dragon comes back in, it's a wither with no head. I'm in creative and I'm enjoying this. Look at all this damage. Now that's a lot of damage.
Come on. What if we were to kill it here? What if we were to kill... Oh, come on, I can't go any further. What if we were to kill it in the air? I don't know. If you're joining this... That's all that matters now. These withers can do whatever they want to the... These withers... If you know what I mean, guys, these withers now can do whatever they want down here. I don't give a shit. Joe, look what I did. I know I saw. I saw. I'm not... I saw, but I didn't read the comment out. Because sometimes I don't. If I'm focusing on a game, then I don't always read the comment out. I'm gonna... Boom. Now tell me this is not a cool idea. Just letting mobs... Just letting mobs go down there and just blow everything up. Just let these mobs like go out and kill everybody. Just... This one's the only one not injured. One of them's died. So I'm scared. Why are you scared? Have you a haircut? Is that scary? this. Ready? You can see down. I've got a really cool idea that we're going to do. We're going to bring the Ender Dragon back to life because why not? It's funny, they're all being brought back to life like that. Here comes the last one. And the dragon is back. No! The end is just becoming a battleground. I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm just going to leave it like this. So the Ender Dragon don't give a shit. But honestly, the Ender Dragon don't give a shit. It's very scary. What, getting a haircut? I've never heard that before. A haircut, it being scary to get a haircut. That's the first time I've ever heard that before. Right, I'm going to plug my laptop. I don't like the razor. But that's not a razor. If you're using a razor to cut your hair, you're cutting your hair wrong. Why would you use a razor on someone's hair? Or it could be you just don't like... it could be that they just don't like change, Albrecht. Some people don't like change. So I've just left. I've sort of blown up. I've just let these withers come in and blow everything up. Let's get this one, shall we? Oh, why would they use a razor on your hair though? Just have your hair shaved off. It depends though. Some of these hairstyles people have now are awful. Well, back in the day, just use the heads. Just use the hair trimmer. That's just one of those then. If you're scared of the razor, don't get a buzz cut. If you get what I mean. I caught it. I caught the nether star. Yeah. Let's put another wither in. What's a wedge trimmer? I said... Oh, I meant to say a hair trimmer, and I said a hedge trimmer. I said a hedge trimmer. That was a mistake by me, guys. I went to say a hair trimmer, and I said a hedge trimmer. The shaver. I said a hedge trimmer. I'm saying, if you're scared of the razor, don't get a buzz cut. Just get another. Why would you get a buzz cut if you're scared of the razor? That's like getting in the swimming pool when you can't swim. No offense, but that is like getting in a swimming pool and not being able to swim. One of the other withers is dead. I'm gonna shoot you. Oh fucking hell! I missed. Well, no, not being a bait. It's not about being a baby. Like, you know, everyone's completely different. Albrecht, everyone's completely different. Is your sister your legal guardian or something like that? Well, yeah. Well, yeah. We're just gonna leave those fight. We're gonna leave them fighting. No, but he's also in his 20s, so you know that. No, but Albrecht, that says it's not moderate. So I think that's not being a baby. Let's not talk about that. Yeah. No, but that says that's not. Hello, Glowbeans, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Albrecht, if you've got to have a legal guardian when you're in your. If you've got to have a legal guardian when you're in your 20s, it means it's not moderate. So that's not being a baby. That's nothing about being a baby. Yeah, that's not about being a baby, Albrecht. If you need, say, you know, someone to look after you when you're if you need someone to look after you when you're an adult, it means that you can't live independently. You can't cope on your own. Which is not, so that's not being a baby, that's yeah, but not everyone is the same. Not everyone is the same. Not everyone is the same. In the context when you talk about things like autism, for example, it's completely different for everyone. So I've got a relative that's like that. I have a relative that's like that. For example, my sister will never be able to live on her own. Because she would not be able to cope living on her own. She would not be able to live on her own. So yeah, it's not about being a baby. Autism affects everyone completely differently. Autism affects people completely differently. So you could be really smart, but you know it does make some people not be able to live on their own. So it's completely different. Autism affects everybody completely differently. So some people who have autism cannot live on their own. Because, you know, they like one of my uni lecturers, one of my old uni lecturers once told me this story about their friend's brother. Their friend's brother cannot live on his own. Has to always, because if he did live on his own, he'd probably sell the house for magic beans. She will live with her future husband. There will be no husband. There won't be a husband. There's never going to be anything like that, Glowbeans. You know, I'm never going to have nieces and nephews. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Just because you have autism doesn't mean you understand autism in a way. Because autism affects everybody completely differently. So, as I said, in the case of Sung-hoon who's watching the stream, he has to have someone keep an eye on, look after him, take care of him, because obviously it's completely different for everyone. There was a guy in my uni class. He had to have everything exactly the same way every day, because if it wasn't, he couldn't work. It affects everybody differently. It can make it can make you really smart, or it can make people dumb. It's actually it's a two-sided thing like that. Yeah. But like I said, autism's an interesting one where it's... Oh my god, look how much has been obliterated here. Yeah, not everybody has the same level of autism. Some people have it worse than others. But it's... There was a girl in my uni class that had it. Very smart. Very smart. But there are people... So, there was a guy in my uni class that had it as well. There was a guy in my uni class that had it. But for him, where's the dragon? For him, it basically meant that he would never... Yeah, they call it they call it a special needs helmet in other places. Well, it says here, I've never heard of it before, but it says here, wearing an autism helmet helps reduce head, brain and face injuries that often result from those behaviours. It provides support for children and adults with dual and comorbid diagnoses such as epilepsy, OCD, to avoid injury during a seizure. I don't know. That's the first time I've heard of it. No, but some people, it's probably to avoid some people getting injured from things, because, you know, everyone's different. Almost, yeah, we're almost there. I'm just letting Withers blow the... Why don't I die? Why don't I just die, guys? I'm just letting a Wither destroy the end, because Withers destroyed the end, so... Let's take this Elytra off. And go and die. Yeah, right, I understand. Yeah, it's not... Yeah, it's to protect because of that, because obviously... Yeah, I can understand that. That's a protection thing. And that's actually a very useful thing, because I've seen someone have a seizure. I've never seen a seizure. It doesn't just affect people with autism, because people with autism can go through life of not having a seizure. It's basically where your body shakes uncontrollably. A seizure is basically where you lose all control of your body, so your body basically starts shaking. I've seen a guy in my... It's not a nice thing to see. It's not a nice thing to see. So it's like a massage chair. No, a seizure is not a massage chair. No, a seizure is where you basically... You lose all control of your body. It's not a nice thing to have, because you know it can kill people. It can kill people. It's a very painful. I've seen someone have one. I saw a guy in my uni class fall off the back of a chair and have one. Yeah, it's not a nice thing to have. Yeah. Yeah, it's a sudden uncontrolled burst of electrical activity in the brain that temporarily disrupts normal function, causing symptoms like convulsions, loss of consciousness, staring spells, or confusion. But basically can be anything. But uncontrollable shaking or jerking of limbs. So I've seen someone. Yeah, in a way, yes. For the sake of it, yeah, like being possessed. Basically, I reckon back in the day when people thought I'm not religious, guys, so I reckon back in the day, what we thought as people being possessed was actually people having seizures. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I've generally seen a guy have one, so it's not a thing that you want to have, a seizure. I saw a guy in my uni class, he basically dropped down in the middle of the class and we all had headphones on. And he accidentally, but I can live on my own, yeah. But that's not a thing though. Autism doesn't affect everyone like that. Autism affects everybody differently because it's a spectrum. It affects everybody differently. You know, autism can make some people really smart. Like, for example, let me think. They believe that Albert Einstein may have been autistic. People like him. But there are people who have autism that are the other way, that cannot learn stuff. But it affects everybody differently. But it is true, some people who have autism generally cannot live on their own. So for example, one of my sisters is like it. While she's not been tested for autism, she shows a lot of the signs. And will never be able to live on her own. Literally, if you don't tell her to have lunch, she won't have lunch. Like, it's one of the, I've seen that before, but there are people like that. There are generally people like that though. No, like having strokes. Yeah, but a stroke, having strokes, but a stroke is not a seizure. You can live on your own after having a stroke. If you have a stroke, you can live on your own. But you can live on your own, but a stroke isn't a seizure. A seizure is where you lose control of your body. A stroke is more where your arteries get blocked. A stroke and seizure are both bad. But you can live on your own even if you have seizures. But the only way, the reason why seizures got brought up is because that's why Sung-hoon has a helmet. Because he has them frequently. Some people have them frequently have to have helmets just because, you know, if they fall in the wrong place. Yeah, so what's a pull-up? I think it's one of those, I don't even know what a pull-up... I know what a pull-up is. I know what a pull-up is, and as in, you know, when you pull yourself up in the gym, but I think it's a thing you piss into, but based on what he said. But yeah, it's one of those, like, you can't... You can't call someone else a baby because they are worse than you are on the spectrum. But the one thing as well, autism as a concept is an interesting one, where basically people who have autism tend to not understand emotion. That's an interesting. So I knew one of my uni lecturers told us this day one. Yeah, one of my uni lecturers told us this day one of my uni class. But that is true. That is true. Some people that have like learning difficulties don't understand that stuff, because it is classed as a learning difficulty. Hello, Teddy Raps. Welcome to the stream. It is classed as a learning difficulty, Albrecht. It is classed as a learning difficulty. Can I build a teddy bear? That'd be an interesting concept. Hello, Rafaela. Welcome to the stream. I'll try. What? No, don't build a teddy. Why not? We'll make him a bit fat. That'll ruin it. That'll ruin what? What? Ruin my world? My world is literally built with every build idea I've ever done. We'll make this teddy a bit fatty. It won't. It's not going to ruin my world. It's not going to ruin my world. What, are you scared of teddy bears or something? It's not going to ruin my world, because my world is just an epitome of just random ideas. Yeah, but even if you are scared of teddy bears, though, not everyone else is. So I can't just I can't pander my streams just to one person. We'll make him a bit fat. So hold on a minute. Brown. I think brown wool might be in order, or concrete. Right, that's his belly button. That's our teddy's belly button. I have a pink teddy bear, but it's weighted. Interesting. I will admit, guys, I do still have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe that was 6. I will admit, guys, I do still have the teddy bears that I had when I was younger, when I was a kid, because I love elephants, so I've decided to keep them over the years, and I want to use them. I want what? What? I admitted that I kept all the that's crazy. Because I love elephants, so I've opted to use them as I've decided to use them as props in my films. They're Easter eggs for people to find. I've opted to keep them as Easter eggs. I've opted to keep them as Easter eggs for people to find. I'll be honest. It doesn't look like a teddy bear. It looks more like the muff. It looks more like the gingerbread man. Looks more like the gingerbread man, doesn't it? Nah, this isn't scary. This isn't scary. Nah, that's not scary. That looks like he looks very happy. Should we give him a hat? My favourite exploit. Okay, he looks happy. I don't know. Can you make a guard? A guard for what? I don't know. I'm not going to make a guard right now because we're just going to look at. We're going to look at this guy a second. The Royal Palace. You're talking about the Grenadier Guards. We can probably think about doing that sometime. I want to answer that question though. Ignores my question. I did well. No, I wasn't ignoring your question. I saw that comment. Favorite exploit? Well, I've got to be honest. Mr. Beefwater. I've got to be honest. I couldn't think of an answer. Favorite exploits? Oh, reset the end. Reset the end, so you can just get as many. You can get as many elytras and as many of that shit as you want. Probably that. I don't know. This is my ideas war, guys. This is. What should we build now? Shall we build? Let's build some. Where's my sunglasses? Not option, like literal bug. But that's still an exploit. It's still an exploit. An exploit isn't really a glitch, but an exploit is something that you just you exploit to the maximum. So having reset the end has been a brilliant thing. Because, you know, people get annoyed with me because I got so many elytras. So technically it is an exploit because Bedrock people can't do that. Right, let's go think. Statue of Creepity, the initial one. Lord Creepity. How about a BMW? I don't really like BMWs, to be honest. I don't like cars. I don't really like cars. I can't drive, guys. I can't drive, so why would I care about cars? Where's me pair of sunglasses, which was somewhere over here? Where's me pair of no. Oh, that's my friend's word, isn't it? The sunglasses I made. That's on here. Oh, and sex is on here. The shop. How can't you drive? Because I haven't learned how to drive. Things cost. I can't afford. I could never afford to. I couldn't afford to learn how to drive, and I haven't been able to. I can't afford it at the moment. But you've actually got to. I can drive. Really? No, that did surprise me. That surprised me. That did surprise me. Yeah. But when you said about driving then, yeah, I can see that. I can see that someone's got to come with you. Also, I don't even know how that's illegal. Because you said about seizures, I was always under the suspicion you couldn't drive if you have seizures. I was always under the suspicion that you couldn't drive if you have seizures. Because a guy who was in my uni class, he was learning to drive, and he had to scrap because he had a seizure, he had to scrap everything about learning to drive. No, but I think I don't think you can drive if you have seizures. I remember reading it. Yeah, yeah, if you have epilepsy, which means seizures, you can drive, but if you have a seizure, you cannot drive for at least 12 months. If you have a seizure, you've got to stop driving for 12 months. It's a really interesting thing. Yeah, people who have epilepsy can drive, but they've got to people that have epilepsy can drive, but to get a driving license, they've got to be they've got to be seizure free for at least 12 months. Someone drive, they have seizures, yeah, but you can't drive if you have seizures. You can, if you have epilepsy, you cannot, and have a seizure, you cannot drive for 12 months. If you drive and you have a seizure, you've got to be seizure free for 12 months before you can drive again. Because if you keep having seizures, then you're you can't drive. No, they can't. If you have a seizure while you're driving and you kill someone, it makes them liable. It makes the person that has the seizure liable, because if they had a seizure, they technically they have caused the death, because people that have seizures cannot if someone has a seizure, that means they've got to stop driving. They've got to stop driving, and they can't drive without. They've got to be seizure free for at least 12 months before they can start driving again. Because if they go out and have a seizure while they're driving, they're a danger on the road. Shaking uncontrollably, how are you supposed to control a vehicle if you can't even control yourself? That's where it's illegal. That's where they can't drive. It's like if you guys get what I mean. That's why people with seizures who have epilepsy can't drive after if they have a seizure, because if they have another one while they're driving and they shake uncontrollably, how are they meant to control the car? If the car goes into someone, because that happened a few years ago somewhere in the UK, where somebody crashed into someone because they had a medical incident. But it's a genuine thing. It's a genuine thing, because it's but yeah, it's an interesting sort of point of view, yeah. But yeah, if someone has a seizure, they can't drive. They can't drive. So I knew a guy. He had to stop learning how to drive because he had a seizure. But yeah, guys, I can't drive. Not because of that, but because I haven't got a driver's license, because I haven't learned how to drive. Because I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford the driving lessons, so I haven't. Welcome back. Yeah, what I said, Sung Hoon, is that, yeah, people can drive. People who have epilepsy and seizures can drive, but if they have one, they've got to stop driving, and they've got to wait until they haven't had one for at least 12 months to drive again. Because if they have one while it's driving, shaking uncontrollably and having a seizure while you're driving is you're a danger to yourself and a danger to the road, to other people on the road. That's why people who have seizures can't drive for at least 12 months after they have a seizure, because if they have one while they're driving, how are you meant to control it? If you can't control, if they're shaking and can't control their own body, how are they controlling the car? And that's why the UK government has that sort of thing. Yeah, but on the comment, guys, yeah, I can't drive, guys, because I've never learned how to drive, because I can't. I couldn't afford it. I've been a passenger. I can be a passenger in a car, but I can't drive a car. Right, I am going to build something over here, I think. Thank you to everyone that's watched this stream today. Nearly 800 of you have watched it. We are closing down on... We are 75 subscribers off hitting 8k, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Don't go. Well, I'm not ending the stream now, but I will be ending the stream soon. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. I've been streaming for over 7 hours. Italy flag, Ireland flag. I know you guys don't like me ending the stream, but I've got to end the stream. You know, I do have a life outside of YouTube. You know, I am working, guys, on writing a novel. I am working on writing a novel at the moment. I am trying to... But I love you, don't go. But I can't stream forever, though. As much as you guys want me to stream all the time, I can't not stop the stream. Because... I do have a life, guys, outside of streaming. I am trying to balance finishing off my novel, finding a job that'll actually willingly hire me, finding a job that would willingly hire me, because at the moment, every time I submit a job application, I never get anything back. I am trying to do stuff in my life as well. I'm finding a job too. Yeah. It's very hard to find a job when you've got a very specific qualification. It's very hard to find a job, guys, when you've got a Bachelor of Science degree in film. It's very hard. It's not hard to find a job. It's not hard to find a job, but it's very hard when you've studied for something and then you can't find a job in that niche. It's easy to find a job if you have no qualifications. If you get what I mean, guys. It's easy to find a job if you've got no qualifications. But it's harder. It's harder to find a job if you've got qualifications. Because they're willing to take a chance on you if you've got no qualifications. But if you've got a qualification, it's harder, I think. But yeah, as much as everyone would love me to just continue streaming all the time, I cannot just stream all the time. Because at the moment, I'm trying to get ready to finish a novel. Because I'm writing a book at the moment. I'm trying to, obviously, promote another book that's coming out later in the year. Which is going to be a very fun book. Which is going to be a very fun story to write. It's probably going to be rated 13. And I hope I don't... I want to do... And I do want to write a book for a competition this year, guys. I do want to write another horror story for for a competition. Yeah, most stress balls are sliming up. Most stress balls are sliming them. But what was I going to say, guys? I do want to write another horror book, guys. So I'm going to write another horror story this year. And probably scare people. I'm probably going to scare people this year again. I got a comment, guys. I got a comment this year. I got a comment last year telling me to write cute books from now on because I scared this random guy. I scared this random guy with my book cover. Which was hilarious because... Which was an amazing idea. Right, I'm gonna let this stream hit 800 views because we're going to we're going to hit that anyway soon. So, but then I will end the stream in a second, guys, because I am knackered tonight, and it's almost 8 o'clock. It's almost time for me to sit down and start writing my book for a bit. Can you read your scary books? No, I can't. Oh, my stream's just crashed. That's great, isn't it? No. I can't. There's... Reading my horror book that I've wrote, there's no point. There's no point because YouTube would take it down. Plus, if I read it out, if I read the entire 160-page stories out, there's no point in people going out and actually buying a copy of it. So, if people want to read it, they have to buy it rather than get me to read it out on stream. Because I'm not going to read it. I'm never going to read it out on stream because there's no point. There would be no. If I read it out, people could just go back and listen to it, and then there'd be no point of them actually going ahead and buy it, spending money and buying it. So that's why I'll never do that, because I'm trying to establish myself as an actual author. No actual author would read out their own book. They want other people to read it themselves. That's why I would do that. They will want people to actually read it out themselves. That's why I would never do that. No, I'm not. You don't have to say sorry. I'm just answering your question. But yeah, I'm just saying I would never read out my book. I would never read out my book. Well, I'd read out bits of it, guys, but I'd never read out the full story, because then there'd be no point of people actually going ahead and, buying it. The whole point of publishing a novel is you want to reach as big an audience as you can. But reading out the book on YouTube doesn't reach a big audience. You're trying to get people to actually buy it and read it themselves rather than come and listen to you read it. Well, I have read parts of my book on stream before, but I'd never read the full thing, because then there'd be no point of them people going to buy it to read. But as I was saying, guys, everybody, the oh bollocks. As I was saying though, everybody, the book link is in the books are linked in. Nightbot has the link pinned. If you guys do want to buy my books, the link is in the live chat, pinned. Nightbot is promoting the link for me. If you guys want to buy it, you can buy them there. But yeah, I'm never going to read them out, because so people would actually go ahead and buy them themselves and read them themselves. Because the way I read it and the way somebody else reads it will be completely different, because everyone has a different reading style. I'm just going to let this stream hit 800 views, guys, because we're not that far off. Thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for watching this stream today, which is just amazing. It's amazing that people have watched this stream for so long today. I don't even know why I'm doing different accents, but hello, guys. My name's Calamity of Joe. Welcome back to a new video. Guys, do you want to see my Irish accent? Hello, guys. Hello, guys. My name's Calamity of Joe. Welcome to a new Minecraft YouTube video. This YouTube video is going to be Minecrafting. On this stream today, we're going to look at the Great Bridge. We're going to over here. We're going to go to the bridge. This bridge right here. I built it a few years ago. I decided to build the most over-the-top Minecraft bridge in history. But the difference, what I've realized afterwards though, is that this actually more or less so looks more like a church, the opening of a church. It looks more like the front of a church. Don't go. Well, I have to go though. I have to go. Even if you don't want me to end the stream, I can't stream all night. Can you make an American accent? I can make an American accent. It sounds more Australian actually, but right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, let me do this. My fellow Americans, we stand together at the end of the world. And I speak to you for the last time as the United States idiot. Sorry. Everybody does this accent. I don't know why. I don't know why. Why do people want to go over here? How about Chinese? No, I can't do Chinese. China isn't really an accent though, it's really just a language. I can't tell the difference between a Japanese and Chinese accent. I think it's just the language is a bit different. Well, that's the same. Korea doesn't really have an accent. It's just the language. The language creates the accent. It's like when people say K-pop. Like, obviously, I don't like that music. I think that music's weird. But you know, my friend mentioned K-pop Demon Hunters to me the other day. I'm like, what the fuck's that? My friend mentioned that to me the other day. I'm saying, like, what I'm saying, Sung-hoon, I'm saying is that things like Korean music being aired in the UK, that's new. That's only happened in the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, Korean music being really popular in the UK has only happened in the last 3-4 years. Nobody had heard of BTS or K-pop or Korean pop music before then. But I'm from Korea, you know. Cool, welcome. I'm not saying Korea's a bad country. I'm saying I didn't understand how Korean pop music's taken off in the UK. I'm not saying anything bad about Korea, guys. No, I think you've joined at the really bad timing then. You know, Stray Kids. No, I don't. I'm afraid. No. Hello, Zhu Wang. Welcome to the stream. No, Sung-hoon asked me to do a Korean accent, and I said I wouldn't even know how to do a Korean accent. I said I wouldn't even know how to do a Korean accent. I wouldn't even know what a Korean accent is. But yeah, I'm not saying Korea's bad, guys. I'm saying I don't understand how Korean K-pop has become so popular in the UK. And I said that's only in the last 5 years. So I personally don't like that style of music. But I was more in my late teens, early 20s when that. Do Koreans have freedom in North Korea? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Joe, Felix, my boyfriend. Okay. A replica of North Korea in Minecraft. Interesting. Well, it's one of those South Korea's. Well, you don't know though. That's the thing. You don't know what goes on. That's the thing, Zhu Wang. You don't know because obviously it's an interesting point of view where North Korea looks like it's not free, but is it as not free as people say? Because, you know, you don't have cameras in North Korea telling you what's really going on. So it's an interesting one. It's the same as South Korea hates North Korea. Yeah, they both hate each other. So they're not exactly, because they both hate each other, you're not exactly going to know the good sides of both countries. You know, North and South Korea, you're not going to know the good sides of both countries. You're not going to know the good about about North Korea if you're South Korean. You're only going to know the bad. Why do they have beef? because North Korea was communist and South Korea was capitalist. North Korea invaded all of Korea in 1950. The Soviet-backed North Korea took the South Korea, and America got involved. North Korea see themselves as the actual Korea. Hello, Beavers. Welcome to the stream. North Korea see themselves as a genuine Korea because they had control of most of Korea, but then America got involved and basically pushed with the help of allies and South Korea, they pushed them back into the north. So it's a really interesting bit of history. At one point, they did control most of Korea. So North Korea see themselves as the true Korea, and they think that South Korea is like an occupation. But then South Korea also see the same thing. So it's basically both of them think that they're the North Korea and South Korea both see themselves as the rightful Korea. Hello, Beavers. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Beavers, and how are you, Skatepunk? Yeah, it's interesting. It's one of those. People in North Korea might be freer than we think, but we don't know because we don't know what goes on there. It's the same as North Sentinel Island. You know, we don't know much about what goes on there. Because, you know, every time, anytime someone tries to land on North Sentinel Island, they get a spear. Ooh. I'm good. What do you think about Trip's recent activities? Who's Trips? Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Do you know, I haven't really paid attention to it, to be honest. As a British person, I just given up caring. I mean, I do care, guys. I do care, but at the moment, it seems to be everyone in the world is acting in their own interests. It seems to be that every country at the moment is acting in their own interests. It seems to be every country is acting in their own interests. That's the only thing I know. Oh my god. There's people having a rave down the road and they're doing my fucking head in. There's like teenagers having a rave down the road and they're doing my fucking head in, running up and down screaming. Is it mean to ask them if they're from North or South Korea? How do I know? I think I did see that, but most countries do that. They said that. I think they've said that a few times. Most countries have said that a few times, or will respond like we've never responded before. But will they actually do it? Probably not. Apparently, I made a cock. It's too small to be mine. I'm joking. I think every country does that. Yeah, I mean, every country does that though, Beavers. They all say they're going to respond, but then they never respond. But, you know, some countries, you know, they all threaten each other. It's an interesting... The world's shit. 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 Cool. Cool. This is when you turn. Sorry, this is when you turn up and find out they're actually a 45-year-old male. I'm joking. I'm joking. Sorry. I mean, the world's shit. It is. The world's shit. The world is absolutely shit. There's good and bad in the world, but all the good is that. But all the bad outweighs the good. It's wrong. All the good should outweigh the bad. I watched a true crime documentary last night, and it was, I'm not sure whether it was British or Irish. I think it was Irish. And it was about I think it was Northern Ireland, actually. It's about a guy. This family, these kids, they thought they're... well, some of them have to report to people above them. If you're a prime minister, you have to report to someone. Presidents don't report to anyone. They're a law upon themselves. But prime ministers have, like, kings above them. Prime ministers actually have... some prime ministers have presidents above them. But it means the British prime minister has to stay true to his word, because, you know... I've got to be honest, Zhu Wang. Sun Hoon mentioned it in the stream the other day that he's heavily autistic, so I don't think he understands those questions. Ooh. No, but what I meant there is that Beavers is, for example, in the UK, because I know you're British, the British Prime Minister has to answer to the British monarch. The Prime Minister is a counterbalance. The Prime Minister is a counterbalance for the King, and the King is a counterbalance for the Prime Minister. It means they both keep each other in check. So, which is why, ironically, 18% of the 20 most stable countries in the world, 18 of them are monarchies, because the monarch reigns in the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister reigns in the King. The King has no control over the government, over what the government does, but he can reign in, he can step in and get rid of the government if need be. The Prime Minister, the King Charles III, has the power to sack the Prime Minister. I personally think the UN should have power. I think the UN should have the power to oust anybody. I think the UN should have protocols that any UN member that, you know, violates law. I think the UN should have the power that any UN the UN can oust, can legally remove UN member states as leaders from office, if need be. Who's the president in the UK? We don't have one. We don't have one because we're not a republic. We're a constitutional monarchy. The UK doesn't have a president because we're a constitutional monarchy. So basically the power belongs with the British government, but the head of state is the King, which is why the British Prime Minister can't go to war without the King's approval. So the King controls the Prime Minister controls the government, the King controls the army. So I don't like the idea of a total monopoly on world government. A world government, I don't like the idea of a world government. I like it the way it is. I think it works. I wouldn't want to... If we had a world government, I wouldn't want to have to abandon... I wouldn't want my British nationality to go. Then is there a queen if there's a king? Well, it depends. It depends. That the queen consort, the wife of the king is called the queen consort, so they call her the queen. But the king and queen. But if the monarch is a female, the husband does not become king, because a king would the name king goes before female. So then where's the queen? Well, the British king has a wife who's called the queen, but she has no power. She's just a queen consort. But whereas But if the UK had a queen, if the UK had a queen in charge, if did you know Queen Elizabeth is my mum's last name? What, Queen Elizabeth? Interesting, right? So on that point I was making. Hello, Cameron. Well, sorry, Cameron, I didn't see your comment. Have a good rest of your day, Cameron. Thank you for watching the stream, and I'll see you in the next one. No, just Elizabeth, right? So Queen Elizabeth's not her last name, no. So Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom, Zhu Wang. Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom. Her father was the king, so she became queen after he died. Her husband was called the Prince Consort, because if he became king if he became king the day when they married, it would have been called the king and queen, whereas that she was the monarch. She was really the monarch. So if the queen is the monarch, her husband becomes a prince consort, whereas if we have a king, the wife becomes the queen consort. 2022. Queen Elizabeth II died in 2022. Her son became king in 2023. No, 22. Yeah, Queen Elizabeth II was Queen of England, guys, for 70 years. She became queen when she was 25. Queen Elizabeth II became queen when she was 25. There's a second. Queen Elizabeth II. The first queen. Two British monarchs have been called Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth was the second. Yeah, the Queen Elizabeth who died a few years ago. She was Queen Elizabeth II, because Queen Elizabeth I was queen in 400 years ago. I live in the UK. I didn't know that. I wouldn't say you're stupid. Yeah, Queen Elizabeth I was queen from 1558 to 1603. So Queen Elizabeth II was queen from 1952 to 2022. So the current British monarch is called Charles III, because the current British monarch is called King Charles III, because King Charles I and the second were... How did I not know that? But you did say, though, Sung Hoon, that you obviously have a mind of a 5-year-old. But you said that, and you said that you struggled learning. So there's stuff like that you just wouldn't know. That makes sense, though, not knowing like things like that the former queen was called the Queen Elizabeth II. So yeah, the current monarch, guys, is called Charles III. So because Charles I was on the throne from 1625 to 1649. He actually got beheaded. Because which is that true? King Charles I was actually beheaded. He's the only British monarch to be executed. Well, he's not the only British monarch to be executed, but he was the only one executed by his own people, because they'd had enough of him. Yeah, King Charles I of England, King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Wales is the only monarch. He was the last true absolute monarch of the UK. They beheaded him after a civil war in 1649, and they went to a republic, but it was so unpopular that they brought the king back 11 years later. They put his son on the throne. His son was on the throne from 1660 to 1626 to 1686. Why haven't you reached 8k yet? Can I meow? No. That's just weird. Sorry. Why haven't I hit 8k yet? Because I haven't had that many people subscribe today. That's just weird if you meow. Like, I'm not a cat. But the British monarch. King Charles King Charles II was on the throne from 1660 to 1686. No, sorry, 1685. His brother James II was on the throne from 1685 to 1688. And yeah, Charles III is the third Charles. Incredible bit of history, yeah. So the British royal family, the British royal family goes back. The British monarchy goes back literally for 1,200 years. It goes back to smaller kingdoms. So 1,500 years ago, what is now the UK was split into different kingdoms. In the south, you had the Kingdom of Wessex. You had like the Duchy of I think, was it called the Duchy of Cornwall? Cornwall was its own thing. United Kingdom. Here we go. Images. This is the map. This is what the world looked like. This is what the UK looked like 100 years ago. Here we go. Cornwall was part of what is now Wales at the time. You had the Kingdom of Wessex. You had the Kingdom of Sussex. Let me just Google it. Let me just look at that image clearer. This was 1,500 years ago, right? You had the Kingdom of East Anglia. You had the Kingdom of Wessex, Sussex, Kent, Mercia, Northumbria. Eventually Wessex conquered them all and became known as England. What can I say? The number one in the top 50. The number one is Sung Hoon. Then it's Dr. FFFU, Pixel Dibble, Yogs, Diffuse Rarity, Skate Punk, Holly Rathbone, Bambi Miller, Ashton Winchester. In fact, I can't even find you on it. Beavers is down in 17th. Malek is down in 27th. Pixel King is down in 35th. YouTuber Hubu's down in 40th. I don't know. Right. Yeah, the map of England's amazing, guys. Like, you know, before England existed, there was a lot of smaller kingdoms. Okay. Right. Right. Has any of you watched Game of Thrones? Guys, have you ever watched... Who here has watched Game of Thrones? Right, anybody else? The American author just based Game of Thrones is based on early English history. George R.R. Martin based it off early English history because what happens in Game of Thrones? 7 kingdoms. There's 7 different districts. So in Game of Thrones, you've got 7 different kingdoms. In Game of Thrones, you've got 7 different kingdoms. In Game of Thrones, you've got 7 different kingdoms, haven't you? Yep. In Game of Thrones, you've got 7 different kingdoms. George R.R. Martin based it off English history. So he based it off the fact that in British history, early English history started out with 7 kingdoms across England that were all fighting to be that were all obviously bordered with each other, and eventually one succeeded. One controlled all of them, and that's basically the story of Game of Thrones, uniting it into one kingdom. So Game of Thrones, the whole TV show and books are based on that. They're all based on. I don't know. I want to build this. Yeah, this Game of Thrones is based on early English history, the 7 Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Anyway, guys, I will end this stream because I've been streaming for a long time. So thank you for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.